I talked about objectivity, I think, a little this morning or last night. I'm not really sure. I'm on page 7. Is it possible to be truly objective? From a larger perspective, or from the largest perspective, we could say that we could share a reality. In other words, where you and I would be perceiving exactly the same things, the same information, and the same possibilities inherent within that information if we had simultaneous awareness of everything going on at once. So in other words, if I could represent all possibilities as a finite line, and I can't, but because it's infinite, but let's say I could represent all possibilities that exist in this line that has finite boundaries between here and here. The only possible way that we could share an objective reality is if all of us had the capability of perceiving every possibility and every distinction in any given moment, because we'd be experiencing exactly the same thing. Are you with me on this? We'd be experiencing exactly the same thing because all the information that was available, we would be perceiving in the same way. We'd be perceiving all of it. Remember, beliefs limit what we perceive. Beliefs limit what we perceive. So if you and I are operating out of different beliefs, which we are, it means that although we assume that everyone's sharing our reality in any given moment, because each of us think that our reality is self-evident. Now think about this. In any given moment, each of us think that our reality is self-evident and everyone else has to be sharing it, right? Why wouldn't we? Sure. Which of course is not the case. And the only way that it could be is if, again, we could have the capability of having simultaneous awareness of everything going on at once. If we have not evolved to that state of that place where we can have simultaneous awareness of everything going on at once, it means that we are perceiving something less than what's being made available. What we perceive in relationship to what's available is based on what we've learned to believe. If you and I have learned to believe different things, then we can assume that in any given moment, we are not going to be perceiving reality in the same way. It's that simple. And so, from a macro perspective, we really can't be objective. However, from the individual's perspective, the micro perspective, we are the micro or the macro, okay? From the individual's perspective, whatever it is that we have learned to perceive out of what's available, we can be objective in the sense that, are we in a state of mind where we have access to everything we've learned? Is there anything about what's going on in this moment that's being blocked by some mechanism inside of our mental environment? If there isn't, then we are being objective. To the capability or to the extent that we're capable of. We are being objective to the extent that we are capable of. To any degree that we are experiencing fear, it starts shutting down this perceptual process. The greater the degree of fear, the less possibilities we perceive. Until we get to the point where if we're in a state of complete terror, we may not see any other possibilities at all except what's going on in that moment. In a moment where, if you're in a state of terror, in a moment that seems to never end. It could be 5 seconds and it could seem like 5 days. Euphoria is exactly the opposite. It's like there's no capability to perceive any limitations. You've lost your capability to perceive any other possibilities other than, in a sense, it's not really. I don't know if it's really shut down. In a way, I guess even euphoria is kind of shut down your perceptual process in a way. I haven't really thought of it that way, but I think, huh? Yeah, in a positive sense. Yeah, really, in a positive sense, you're in a state of mind that where you would be wouldn't be capable of perceiving really anything other than what you want. Success. Yeah, you're capable of perceiving any other possibility other than getting your expectations fulfilled.
Sounds like overtrading.
Oh yeah, it's a prescription for it. What? Yeah, you can't perceive the risk, right? Yeah, there is no risk. In a state of euphoria, there's virtually no risk. No stops, no nothing.
Yikes.
So does everybody understand the nature of objectivity and what's going on? Basically, what you want to do, an objective state of mind for each of us as individuals, is just making sure that we have access to everything we've learned. And our perceptual process isn't being shut down by some internal mechanism like fear. Or the potential to define and interpret information in a threatening way. So can we control our state of mind to experience greater levels of happiness and satisfaction in our lives? Yes, but to do so, we have to be willing to question and change our definitions to incorporate other possibilities that exist from the environment's perspective. In other words, we have to be willing to de-energize something that we've already learned. I've talked very little about this process of questioning, but it's something we're going to get into when we get into all the various techniques on how to one, identify beliefs and how to change them. A lot of it has to do really with just your willingness to question things. And what I mean by question things is most of the times people ask questions basically just wanting verification of what they already think is right and true. I mean asking a question from a sincere space of wanting an answer. Because you have to assume that if you knew the answer, you wouldn't ask the question in the first place. So to ask a sincere question, now think about this, to ask a sincere question, you have to be operating out of the assumption that you really don't know. That's a really important distinction. Because what I'm saying is that when you ask a sincere question, it creates a vacuum in your mind that will be filled with information. It opens up the creative process. Asking a sincere question opens up the creative process. And you start getting access to what people might normally define as even inspirational information. Inspirational in a sense that is not coming from a rational thought process, it's coming from out there in the universe somewhere. Hard to know where it's coming from. The best examples that I can give you of that is that The Disciplined Trader and Trading in the Zone were both written that way. You'll notice there aren't any footnotes in either of those books. And the reason why is because I did not refer to other people's work. I specifically stayed away from other people's work. Those books, both of them were written by simply asking questions. And the answer just got dumped into my brain. No different than someone writing a song, doing works of art. But the questions I asked were genuinely sincere questions. I really didn't have the answers. I really wanted to know. I had pieces. I had enough pieces to ask a question. And then I would just like be in a situation where I was either like doing some consulting or coaching work with somebody, and all of a sudden I would hear myself saying the answer to the question I asked maybe the day before or a few hours before. It's like I'm saying, oh my God, this is it. This is the answer. I've never said this before. I've never thought it before. And one of the things I did was that I had this rule where I diligently wrote down, anytime this happened, I always stopped and wrote it down, no matter where I was at. I don't care, the guy was paying me $200 or $300 an hour. I actually stopped the process. I wrote it all down and then continued with the appointment. I mean, that always came first. I didn't charge him for the time I was writing, But the point is, it took longer. He had to stay. It might have taken me half an hour to write all this stuff out. You will find if you get into this kind of process, you will find you can do the same thing with the market. You can simply ask where the next best edge is going to be. And find that the next thing on the chart that your awareness is drawn to, just, oh, and see what happens. Oh, I heard something good there, Dave? No, I'm sorry.
When you say we're willing to question our changed state of mind, are you saying we're questioning our beliefs that are altering our state of mind?
Are we getting that here? Well, no, what you're doing is just, it could be that. It could be any number of things. What you're doing is just, you're asking a question. You're asking a question because you want information. Now, a lot of it has to do with, just like you could say, asking a question for information that might be subconscious, or questioning a particular way that, particular belief that you might have, so that you can, like I said, you can experience. If you've noticed that there are reoccurring dissatisfying experiences in your life, that's the thing that I'm talking about. You can assume that that isn't the only possibility that exists under those circumstances. Make that assumption. And then, as a result of making that assumption, start asking sincere questions so that you can dismantle the closed loop. Okay. Okay, I thought you were referring to the trading things. That's why I kind of responded the way I did. Okay. About asking where the next best edge is.
No.
Okay. I do that all the time, by the way. I really do. Yeah, really. It's pretty cool the way it works. Yeah.
Really done to where you stand on it in terms of like physics and stuff. And all this for the sake of the next level.
Sure.
They ask yourself those enough times. Eventually, they answer.
That's right. You really will. And where does the answer come from? That's right. Yeah. I don't know. It's like, where does it come from? It's just, it's just like it comes from wherever.
Your mind starts working on it because
yeah. Yeah, we do have the capability of garnering information and insight from out there somewhere that isn't inside our memory banks, okay? Not organized at the rational level of thinking.
Inspiration.
Yeah, exactly. But like I said, you have to ask a question from a sincere space. Yeah, the power of questions. It is really powerful. Wording has a lot to do with it. I mean, what he's saying here is that because I don't know if they picked it up on the mic, but he's saying, like, why am I a failure? You can ask a question like, why am I a failure? You really can. That's not a bad question to ask. However, but what you did say about properly wording the question, the wording has really everything to do with it. It really does. How you word your questions is virtually, well, I'd say, it's really important, I guess, because the answers you're going to get are going to be within the context of how you worded it. You're going to get something that pertains to the wording, as opposed to maybe something else that you might have wanted, but you didn't word it properly, based on what you wanted. Go ahead, Greg.
It's kind of like, if you want a better answer, ask a better question.
That's right. You're very good. That's okay. If that didn't get on the tape, Greg said, if you want a better answer, ask a better question, because you will get an answer that corresponds with the question you asked. What time is it? 2:45. Okay, as soon as we get done with this, we're going to listen to the tape. We're going to take a short break and listen to the tape. Oh, wait, no, this will start from. I'm on section 4, page 9, and Roman, why don't you start with the first point and read that? We're gonna go this way, like this. Just go ahead and read it.
Everything agreeable and throughout our lives is structured energy.
Go ahead.
Unstructured energy will operate inside of our mental environment as a source of power, causing us to perceive and respond to the outside environment in a way that is consistent with this energy.
The environment can express itself in an infinite combination of ways. What each of us perceive and experience is very small in relationship with what is available in a given moment. In other words, instead of assuming that we already know, we can assume that we haven't learned to make every possible distinction that exists in each situation of our lives. Inherent within the distinctions we haven't learned to make yet is an opportunity to experience satisfaction.
Go ahead, John.
Fear causes us to narrow our focus of attention on the object of our fear, drastically reducing our perception of what is available or possible from the environment's perspective.
Many dysfunctional beliefs, fears operated at an unconscious level, blocking us into cycles of dissatisfaction, frustration, and pain.
Learning something new is often blocked by the way the energy is already structured inside of us. In other words, once we learn a belief, it will forever shape our lives unless we unlearn it.
Or I should say, to draw the energy out of it.
Every advancement in human civilization, whether it be cultural, scientific, or otherwise, came from someone who challenged the status quo by questioning what he learned. The act of questioning opens to perceive the existence of other possibilities. If you assume that happiness and satisfaction exist as a possibility, then it is up to each individual to find that happiness and satisfaction by discovering these possibilities. To discover anything new, you will have to be willing to question and look beyond what you've already learned to believe about what is true or available.
Now, the way that I like to illustrate that last point about the nature of questions is that if this circle, well, let's just say this circle, again, a very erroneous thing to do, but this circle represents the universe, meaning what's available to be learned in the way of distinctions about the inherent properties and characteristics of the whole universe, right? Okay, and you could say that, let's say 100 years ago, that the sum total of humanity, both alive at that time and recorded in some way up to that time, that was still in existence, might have made, in terms of knowledge or distinctions, this much in relationship to everything else that exists. And what's happened in the last 100 years is, let's say we've expanded that circle, let's say by something like that. How does the circle get expanded?
Questions.
Yeah. In other words, someone's willing to operate on the fringe. There's always somebody that's willing to operate out there on the fringe of what's possible. Go out, discover something, bring it back to the rest of us for us to say what?
Are you crazy?
Yeah, you're crazy. Not yes. Virtually always you're crazy. No, that's not possible. No, that's not real. No, that doesn't exist. And why? Because it's just the inherent way beliefs operate, right? It's conflicting information, contradicts what we already believe to be true. Not true. But it might intrigue someone enough, another person, to go out there and come back and say, hey, this guy's right. And then somebody else does, and somebody else does. And next thing you know, the circle gets expanded a little bit. All of us are in this circle. If you take the sum total of everything that's in everyone's mind alive today, everything that's in the mind of everyone alive today, plus what's been recorded from human history that exists, that by this circle, then each of us are a part of that make up the whole. Are some percentage of that circle. So how do we expand our own circle? The same way. Go challenging what we believe to be true and questioning things and see what happens. Yeah, challenge the status quo. It does seem as if that's what we're supposed to do. We are evolving into something. There isn't any question about the fact that humanity is evolving. If that weren't the case, then we would still be living like most of the people probably in Afghanistan. The sum total of humanity is evolving. There are definitely cultures that are not in the same. We're all not in the same spot, but we are definitely going somewhere. And it does seem as if there is a desire on the part of the universe as a whole to expand. Scientists already know that it's expanding. Now, if it's expanding at the macro level, wouldn't it make sense that because we exist at the micro level of an expanding universe, that if the universe as a whole is expanding, that if we're going to live within this universe in a way where we can create, let's say, happiness and satisfaction for ourselves, in other words, create a really satisfying life, wouldn't it make sense that we have to be in harmony with that expansion? Yeah, that the more that we resist evolving, the more it seems that the universe kind of conspires against us. It's in conflict with us, and that would make sense because everything is in motion. Everything is constantly changing. Nothing is staying the same. No two moments could ever duplicate themselves, ever. And the only way that could happen is if every atom of every molecule was in the exact same spot it was in some previous moment. Now, from a practical perspective, I don't think that's possible. But the interesting part is every belief we've ever acquired can remain static exactly the way it was originally formulated for our whole lives. So we've got beliefs that remain static and a universe that's constantly expanding and changing. Beliefs that cause us to see the now moment as it exists in our lives instead of the way it really exists from the environment's perspective. And if we aren't willing to adapt our beliefs to correspond with this constant expansion, it will seem as if the environment is conspiring against us. And it will create stress. It will create anxiety. Because the stress and the anxiety is our own resistance to change. So let's take about a 15-minute break and we'll listen to the tape. From the Monroe Institute in Virginia, and they've been doing work in the area of how high frequency sounds affect states of consciousness for probably over 40 years. They've got a real distinguished staff of doctors and PhDs, mostly from like Harvard and Yale and all your Eastern Ivy League colleges. And I started using their tapes many years ago, not only for myself, but to use in my workshops because I wanted a technique that I could give people that they could use to help them neutralize their fears. There's, specifically those 4 trading fears on being wrong, losing money, missing out, and leaving money on the table. That was effective. What's that, Jake? Go ahead. I don't know, it's on any page. That was effective, but at the same time met certain criteria, and the criteria was this. Instead of using hypnosis tapes or like specifically subliminal hypnosis tapes, one of the things that I found is that subliminal hypnosis tapes can be very effective, or even hypnosis tapes for that matter, can be very effective if what you're trying to do, in other words, whatever message that's on the tape, if the message itself is not in conflict with anything else that's in your mind, then the tapes can be quite effective. And so when you hear people talk about the power of self-hypnosis or hypnosis and how well it worked for them, chances are it was a circumstance in which whatever message they wanted to embed in their mind was not in conflict with anything else that was already in their mind. And so what you'd get is a glowing testimony or testimonial. However, when the message on a hypnosis tape is in conflict with something else that's in your mind, then what you're doing is setting up an inherent conflict because what the tapes generally don't do or don't I've never seen them do is help you neutralize whatever conflicting beliefs that you might have with the new message or the new way in which you want to express yourself. So in other words, this process of change is always a two-pronged process in many cases. One, de-energizing the beliefs that let's say you've determined are dysfunctional or are not useful any longer, and at the same time energizing and installing a new belief that compels you to express yourself in a way that's consistent with your desires or goals. So you've got to do both. So the reason why I picked these tapes is because instead of being passive, meaning that instead of you just listening to a tape, this particular technique requires you to be active. Meaning that what this tape does is it uses high frequency sounds to install what would, I guess, be commonly referred to as like an anchor inside your mind. An anchor would be considered a tool. And as a tool, like any tool, a tool that might be in your toolbox is completely useless until you pick it up and use it. In other words, it has no use until, or function until you actually pick it up and use it. And it's the same way with the tool that's going to be installed in your mind from this tape. It has to be used or otherwise it does nothing. So basically what's going to happen is this. I picked a tape, and there are a whole range of tapes that you can get from the Neuro Institute that have different purposes on this in this HemiSync in the HemiSync category. There are a number of different programs they have and a number of different types of tapes. But if you've looked at the catalog itself, has everybody looked at it? Just take a moment to look at the catalog and see the different uses they've designed these tapes for. The one that I picked was the boy, my brain is. What's that? The what tape did I pick? What? No, that's the name. Yeah, DHAP. Yeah, I'm sorry. Okay, DHAP. You'll notice what does it say about the DHAP tape? To neutralize habitual behaviors. Go ahead.
Diminish undesirable mental, emotional, or physical habits. Is anytime you're about to follow a behavior pattern you wish to change, break free of anger or old emotional patterns, eliminate thoughts of failure, move beyond a cycle of negativity.
Okay.
See John Dagger. So what I've done is basically adapt this technology specifically for the purpose of helping people who come to this workshop neutralize their fear of being wrong, missing out, leaving money on the table, and being wrong. And we'll get into the actual techniques later on. In other words, the techniques of using how we're going to use the tape. We're going to get into maybe not today, if not this afternoon, by the time you're done tomorrow morning. However, the reason why we're listening to it today is because it requires 3 listenings, meaning that we're going to listen to it once right now. You're going to listen to the prep side of the tape. The prep side of the tape is just getting your mind prepared to get this function command installed when you listen to the other side of the tape, the DHAP side of the tape. You've got to listen to the prep side of the tape twice. We're going to listen to it now. I'm going to ask you to rewind it and listen to it again tonight. And then tomorrow we'll listen to the DHAP side. Now, all this tape is basically high frequency sounds, and you'll hear, I don't know if it's Bob Monroe any longer or a guy by the name of Mark, I don't remember his last name. But anyway, Bob Monroe's now dead, but he used to be the voice on the tape, and you won't hear him very much anyway. But there's a couple of things. One, the tapes are incredibly relaxing. I haven't had anybody yet that's come to one of these workshops that really hasn't enjoyed the experience of listening to the tape. Now, you can listen to this tape as much as you want. You can't listen to it while you're driving or anything else like that because you'll probably end up falling asleep. You don't have to fall asleep. When Bob Monroe or whoever's talking on this particular version of the tape says, for your hands and arms and legs to go to sleep, he's not telling you to go to sleep. He's telling those particular parts of your body to go to sleep. If you end up falling asleep, that's all right. It's no big deal. He'll wake you up at the end of the tape. And again, you can listen to this tape as much as you want.
If you like it and you want to use it as a relaxation tape, listen to it all you want. This tape will do nothing to get rid of your fears by itself. Listening to the tape has no effect on your fears. Only consciously using the function command when it gets installed in your mind on the other side of the tape, when you consciously take the steps of using the function command, will it have any impact on your fears. Are you guys with me on this? I know maybe it can sound confusing. Sean? The tool's on the second side. Well, okay. What I'm saying is that listening to the tape in and of itself doesn't have any effect on whatever fears you might be wanting to neutralize. Although you can listen to the tape as much as you want. Bob Monroe doesn't know what your fears are. Bob Monroe, when they designed the tape, does not know what habitual behavior you want to neutralize. That's up to you to decide what habitual behavior you want to utilize by taking the tool out of the toolbox and using it in the appropriate moment, meaning that it requires a conscious decision on your part. That's why I picked this technology. It's not passive, it's active. You don't take a part in it, nothing happens. You guys with me on this? John, are you with me? All right. Okay, now, so put the tape in the machine. The prep side of the tape. Turn Dolby off if you've got it. If you've got an expensive machine and have Dolby sound reduction, turn Dolby off. When everyone gets their headphones on, I'm going to tell you when to turn it on, and everyone turn it on at the same time, so we're finishing at the same time. It'll last approximately 28 or 29 minutes. Sit back in your chair and relax and enjoy the experience. Don't turn it on yet. Wait till everyone's ready. And we might want to turn those lights down, or can we do that?
Anybody bring any incense?
Yeah.
Sage.
Is everyone ready? Everyone ready to start? Yes? Okay, turn it on. Let's go. Weren't. Anybody sleeping? Who fell asleep? What?
Heard some snow.
Yeah, did you? Anybody got any feedback on the tapes? That was it generally a pleasant experience for everyone? Yeah. Your hand is numb? Yeah, these are really nice tapes in terms of, not only are they effective if you use them for the purpose for which they were intended, but you can also use them as just a general relaxation tape. As a matter of fact, how are you guys doing anyway? Does everyone want to go for another, let's say, half an hour, 45 minutes, or? Okay, good. Okay.
He said we're wide awake now.
Yeah, right. Yeah, great. Okay, good. What's that? What was that, John? Huh? I didn't hear that. Oh.
That's the wake up.
Every time you say 11, we have to send more money in.
Okay, I'm in section 5, but I'm going to go right to page. I'm going to go right to page 4. Go right to page 3.
Page 3 is the beginning of the book.
No, page 3 in section 5. Right at the bottom of the page, it says using the Monroe tapes to neutralize your trading fears. Since we've just done this, you just listen to the tape. I'll go right into how this works. The way you're going to do this is when you haven't got the function command yet. Maybe we ought to do this tomorrow. No, I take that back. We'll do it tomorrow. I'm sorry.
Section 6.
Yeah, wait. Problem is, I don't feel like getting into this right now. Hold on. What? No, hold on. That's all right. Hold on. Let me.
Comments about the self-hypnosis things.
Yeah, go ahead.
I've done a lot of work in that area.
You have?
Yeah.
Okay, cool. Go ahead. Notice that you weren't following your normal routine. How many days, weeks, or months?
I don't know. It's been a year. It's been a process. Like, you know, where it's been a challenge to make any money. It's not the market. It's in me.
Okay, so what we're going to learn, there's a particular, just a real simple meditation technique that we're going to do tomorrow. That will, if you practice this around 10 or 15 minutes a day, what it'll do, it'll help you become an objective observer to your own stream of thoughts, so that you can start to notice when you're not doing, or when you're not thinking, or when you're thinking, saying, or doing something that's inconsistent with your goal, so that you're not unconscious of this moment to moment endeavor for of how we're creating our lives and the choices that we're making. Because if you want to be a consistently successful trader, then what you want to do is collapse the amount of time that it takes for you to notice that you're not doing something that's consistent with your objective of becoming consistent. And hopefully, by doing this kind of exercise we're going to do tomorrow, what it'll do is it'll collapse the amount of time that it takes for you to notice that to virtually instantaneous. That you're aware that let's say your distracting thought, because anything that you do that deviates from what your objective is a distraction, right? Well, doing is the last step. The first step is always a thought. You're going to think about it before you do it. You might even run something through your mind. You might even talk about it with somebody, but it's first going to be triggered by a distracting thought. Now, if you really want to become consistent, what you want to do is be able to catch yourself in the thought. Catch yourself at the point where the thought and the awareness of the distracting thought are virtually simultaneous. Instead of it taking, 5 minutes or 10 minutes, or, looking back days, weeks, or months later, saying, hey, you know what? I'm not doing what I know works. That's basically even what you were saying. You're not doing what you know works.
And I had one other thing, because you mentioned it yesterday. I don't remember in what context. I used to keep track of every day before I started trading and write down a number from 1 to 10 or 1 to 100. And it was rate yourself on how you feel that day.
Right.
And if you feel like you're an 8 or a 9 or an 85 or 95, and if a trade comes along, have the courage when you're at the higher end of the scale to put it on and go for it. Don't hesitate as much. And if you feel like maybe you're a 3 or a 4, put the trade on, but don't go balls out on it.
Or scale back.
Yeah.
In other words, it's a rating system to use money. You can use in conjunction with money management, so that if let's say you normally might trade 3,000 shares, if you rate yourself a 10, then you're going to trade 3,000, or maybe even a little bit more if you get a real primo signal.
Yeah.
But if you're rating yourself as a 5 that day, then you know what? You want to scale back proportionally. You might only trade 1,500. You might only trade 1,000. Because what it really gets down to is like at least what I had before, is that if you're not in the most ideal, if this is positive and this is negative, okay, and you're not in this most ideal state of mind to be trading, because that's what it really boils down to, and that's really essentially what you were talking about. He was rating, he learned, or at least he involved himself in a system where he was basically gauging or rating his state of mind. In essence, his capacity to make money, or his capacity to make money in the sense of how clearly am I going to be able to perceive the market, and how well am I going to execute my trades. And in advance, he's saying, you know what, I'm a 6 today. And you can learn to do this, and you can learn to be honest with yourself about it. And as a result, have your money management, in other words, the amount of size that you put on correspond with how you're rating yourself.
In that scenario, would you also take a moment, say 45 minutes or an hour into the market to rate what the market's doing to make sure that you're in conjunction?
Oh, you could, sure. Yeah, you could let the market define itself and not trade the open.
Well,
let it go.
You're 9 in the market too.
And the market's a what?
Two.
Oh, I don't know what you mean then. I misunderstood. You mean in terms of symmetry? In other words, if you're going to rate the market in terms of symmetry, is that what you're saying?
You're trying to determine what your strength is as of that morning.
Uh-huh.
And either mental clarity, physical clarity, whatever it is, on a
Right.
scale of 1 to 10.
Right.
Wouldn't it also make sense at some point after you've seen the way, not trading up or not trading, just somewhere in that first hour, determine what your opinion of the market is that day on a scale of 1 to 10 to make sure they're in sync? Because if you're trading at a 9, but the market's reacting at a 2.
Not really. I don't really.
There's,
Yeah.
How are you trading the market?
sometimes you know, maybe you can look into safety. Sometimes I have a very strong, I feel that they know what the market is doing. They
Yes.
so
Right.
confident about that. Maybe that's
Is that what you're saying? Is that you felt confident about how the market's unfolding, and yet the market isn't unfolding that way? Is that what you're saying, or? Because look at it this way, John. Even if whatever assessment that you might have about the way the market's going to unfold, okay, whatever assessment you might have about that or what the potential is, even if the market isn't doing what you thought, isn't that significant? So when you look at it that way, it's like.
And you see it center, you're trading at an 8-9 as compared to 3.
Exactly. Okay. So yeah, so it's like you could say, hey, what's significant? Is the market following, the projected symmetry? And if it is, that's great. But if it isn't, that's telling you something too, isn't it? And you're also going to get signals. You can also get a lot of signals out of that. You get sometimes more signals about what it's not doing in relationship to these significant reference points of symmetry as opposed to what it is doing.
We agree that we don't know what the market is going to do anyway.
What's that? We don't have to know. Well, but we're kind of mixing. We're kind of mixing it. We're mixing a little bit in the sense that it depends on the context in which we're trading. If we're trading mechanically, all this kind of discussion would be irrelevant. If we're trading subjectively, it's not. It's just like, for an example, if you're trading mechanically, you're going to have a predefined, a definite predefined entry point where the variables are specific. There's no subjectivity whatsoever in terms of, the conditions under which you enter the market. Those variables are either present or they're not. It's black or white. They are present or they are not present. If they are present, you're obligated and committed to enter into a trade. If they aren't present, then you do nothing. But when you evolve into the subjective stage of trading, then you can use anything you've ever learned about the nature of the market to generate a signal to get in or out. So for an example, what we're talking about, Roman, is that in the mechanical stage of trading, let's say, for example, the market's doing this and you've got a stop down here. You entered the market long right here at this point, okay? At this point right here, and your stop is down here. If you're trading mechanically, you can't do anything with that stop, meaning that the market, your market either goes in your favor, stops you out, and that's all there is to it. Either or. If you're trading subjectively, if the market, let's make it a little bit easier to illustrate if I made more distance, but if you're trading subjectively, if the market's trading around in this area and as a result of the kind of pattern that it might be producing, you could say, you know what, I don't need to keep that stop in the market. I'm going to pull it and either move it up, move it further down based on your assessment of what's happening now. See, in the subjective stage of trading, you can do that. You can even get out before you get stopped out, even if it wouldn't have stopped you out otherwise. In a subjective stage of trading, if you make that assessment of what the market's telling you in that moment, that's all right. Do you see the difference? In the subjective stage of trading, you can do anything you want under any conditions that you want. If you put a stop in the market, you want to take the stop out, then take it out. You want to move it, then move it. In the mechanical stage of trading, there's no discretion whatsoever. What's that?
Are you then changing the rules?
Yeah, you can't.
Going from mechanical to subjective.
Yeah. In other words, you're either one stage or the other. If you're trading a mechanical stage, you can't change your rules in the middle of a sample size. You can only change your rules after the end of a sample size. So whatever you determine your sample size of trades to be, whether it's going to be like 20 trades or 25 trades, you are committed to take all 20 trades. You can't change anything in the middle or until you're done. But when when you've moved into the subjective stage of trading, I'm assuming that you won't do so until you have worked through whatever resistance you may have to thinking in probabilities. When you've worked through all that resistance and you're confident that you've learned to think in probabilities, then there's no reason why you have to continue to trade mechanically unless you want to, or unless you know that you have, let's say, a plethora of self-sabotaging beliefs that you don't want to get into, you don't really want to do anything about. Then what you do is you stay in the mechanical stage so that you can make a clear distinction between what you need to do based on your methodology and what your mind may be telling you to do based on the fact that you've accumulated too much money and you might start sabotaging yourself. Because at least in the mechanical stage of trading, you can make a clear distinction between what you need to do in any given moment and what you can't do. Whereas in the subjective stage of trading, that line is really blurred. And it is very easy for self-sabotaging beliefs to enter into the equation. Okay? You get the difference? So other than that, if you guys have any questions. I just don't want to do it. I'd rather do it tomorrow morning. What? Well, what stories you want? What do you know? That's
Trading.
well, what
What was your best thing?
But well, there probably one of the most interesting traders that I ever worked with was in the bond pit, and I worked with him for quite a while. And I'll give you something. I'll give you an example of when I said that it's your state of mind that'll determine your results, as opposed to the amount of time that you expose yourself to the market or the opportunities. You could say that, I mean, this guy, he loved to trade, and he was back in the early '90s, one of the biggest traders in the bond pit. I don't know if you know his name or not if I said it, but he wasn't as big as Baldwin. But there would be times his largest position he put on would be about 5,000 contracts, futures contracts, but his normal position was between 300 and 500 contracts. So one contract in Treasury bond futures, a one tick move, the smallest incremental move in Treasury bond futures is worth $31.25. So 100 contracts would be $3,125 or $33,125, and 500 contracts would be over $15,000. So his normal, let's say if you put on 500 contracts, his normal position between 3 and 500, one incremental change in price was worth about 15 grand in or out of his account. And the bonds, especially back then, they could easily move 10 ticks in a matter of seconds. So you're talking $150,000. And you could easily be subjected to 8 to 10 tick price vacuums, either for or against you. So you're talking $150,000 in a matter of moments. And like I said, there were times where he put on thousands of contracts, not just hundreds. So
Was he a scale trader?
Scale trader?
Scale into his positions is differentiation from scaling out.
Well, sometimes he'd take on the whole pit practically. And I had many other clients in the bond pit who watched him and said that there were times it would be like watching Michael Jordan trade bonds. He was good. He was really good. And it was also that he just loved what he was doing. He loved being there every moment. It was hard for him to leave. And he really didn't give a shit about the money. And the money was truly irrelevant to him. In fact, out of all the people I've ever worked with in my life, I've never met anybody who was on the extreme. I mean, way over here in terms of how little money meant. Just didn't matter. but he had other problems. um, when I met him, it was in May of 1992. He had a real bad day. Someone he ran into had come to one of my workshops and said that he should call me. He did. We had an appointment. Didn't really. In fact, we had a couple of appointments, and not really much happened. He just, I tried to explain some of this material to him, and he wasn't really into it or even grasping it for that matter. So I didn't hear from him for another couple of months, and I actually didn't hear from him at all. I heard from his wife, who called me. I never even met her, and she called me, and she was hysterical because he was gonna have to mortgage the house because of a bad day that he had. And when I met him in May of that year, 1992, he had approximately $10 million flow in and out of his account from January until May. That's the kind of swings that he was on. Okay, $10 million in and out like this. Okay. The most he'd ever accumulated at the end of any given year was about $600,000. That's the most he's ever been able to keep up to that point, anyway. So she was really hysterical and wanted to know what I was going to do to, fix her husband. And I wasn't even really working with him. And so we started working together on a real consistent basis, virtually every day. And that was in July of '92. And so from July of '92 until the end of December, he had $5.5 million. And then he went on vacation with his wife, and on vacation bought this book called "The Coming Collapse of either the Bond Market or the Interest Rate Market," and bought into the concepts in the book. And from when he got back off from vacation that year, bond market was in one of the biggest rallies that had ever sustained of all time. And every day he was going in thinking the market was going to collapse based on what he read in this book. That wasn't an accident, by the way, in terms of everything else that was going on in his life. And by the middle of March of 1993, he was so desperate over the fact that he'd lost just about half of the $5.5 million. He was down to about 2.2 million. And I was telling him virtually every day, because we were talking almost every day, sometimes for an hour a day. This is the way you need to think. This is what you need to do. This is how you fix the situation. He just wasn't listening until one day he called up and he said, "Okay, I'll do anything." And he meant it. "I'll do anything." And I said, "Here's what you've got to do. I've noticed that you're capable of staying properly focused about a half an hour a day. That's it. And so if you want to fix the problem, you only get to trade a half an hour a day."
His first response.
Well, that was really tough because he just loved doing it. And it wasn't just a matter of him loving to be in that pit because of the way of life that it provided him. It was like there's a work ethic in the futures pits. There really is. I mean, it's like where you stand in that pit is very important. There are territorial constraints and territorial, let's say, dynamics involved, because if you're not in your spot and you're not in your spot all day long, it means someone else is going to take that spot. And these guys do get into territorial wars all the time. I mean, I've worked with traders who get into these territory wars about where they want to stand, and each one of them gets there, like 10 minutes earlier every day until they're like getting there 3 or 3:30 in the morning, until one of them eventually gives up. And they go through this a lot. I mean, this is not uncommon at all. They're basically got this range war going for this one little square foot of where to stand. So there wasn't just that. It was also the work ethic. In other words, when you trade, when you have access to order flow. In other words, the kind of order flow that's coming from off the floor. A lot of that order flow is not really trading. It's virtually free money. Do you know what I mean by free money? It's riskless. That's really what most of the locals in the pit are looking for. They're looking for the riskless free money. In essence, what you're doing is that, and they're not always legal trades, by the way, because all trades are supposed to be open outcry. But if you're standing next to a floor broker that has access to order flow of both buys and sells, and there are market orders coming into the pit, and there's a spread of 1 to 2 ticks between the bids and the offers. Well, if I've got an order to buy 100 contracts at the market, and the bid is 08 and the offer is 10, well, I'm going to be selling them. I'm going to be selling them or buying them at the bid and selling them at the offer to my buddy that's standing next to me. Now that's a 2-tick spread on 100 contracts. You just made 200 ticks. Was there any risk? Because he's going to take the other side of both orders. All you got to do is card it up. His buddy's okay. Card it up 100. Okay, you bought 100 at 8. You sold them at 10. Where's the risk? See, that's not trading. That's just basically free money. Now you got to pay a price to get into those situations. It's not as easy as you think, because the guys that are controlling that kind of order flow, they expect favors in return. It's just not that simple. But you name it. You name it. It's an extreme environment. You name it. Anything your imagination can think of was about what it entails. But anyway, but it's not just that. It's not that. And I'm not saying, even implying that he had access to a lot of those trades. He really didn't even need that, because he was really just a good trader in terms of his ability to be able to perceive, where the direction of the market was and what he needed to do.
Particular time that he traded.
Oh, I'm going to get into that. Okay, and that's really part of the whole story. As a matter of fact, it's an important part of it. In that, like I said, he loved being down there. He loved doing what he was doing, but at the same time, his ability to remain properly focused was about a half an hour at the very outside. The rest of the day, he was just all over the place. So, and you got to keep in mind one thing: when you're trading at a level where each tick might be worth $15,000 or more, it doesn't take much to screw up. Now you're standing in a pit. You've got literally, I don't know how many guys can stand in the bond pit, over 1,000, I think. And they're all screaming. They're all in close proximity to one another. They're jostling with themselves. They're screaming in your ears. You're getting pencils poked in your body, your face, or whatever. There's all kinds of bodily smells going on. There are guys who do not want you to make money, okay, and will purposefully distract you. There's a lot of things that the order fillers do to suck people into a trade, big locals, to take the other side of a trade, where they know for a fact that that someone's going to hit the market with a huge bid or offer to they're sucking you basically what they virtually know is a losing trade. So, and not only that, it's like, if you're in one of these trades and there are bids and offers that you're leaning against to get in or out of a position, and let's say you're in a position and there are bids and offers available that you can hit to, let's say, get out of a trade, out of a 500 lot trade at a 2 or 3 tick profit, then all of a sudden, just someone says, hey, and you turn your head and those bids or offers disappear. And next thing you know, there might be 2 or 3 ticks lower. Now you're looking at a scratch where you had like on a 500 lot trade, you had 1,500 ticks available to you. Now you've got 0. You're going to scratch a trade, or you're going to think you're going to get your 3 ticks back. Okay? Or now it's 1 tick against you. Now you got 500 ticks against. Now you got a 500 tick loss, 1,000 tick loss, 1,500 tick loss. So yeah, okay. What are you going to do? What are you going to do? And you're thinking about, if I just hit that damn bid for the 3 tick profit. Okay, all it takes is just this momentary, that's all it takes. And so his ability to stay completely focused in what he needed to do and when he needed to do it, like I said, was about a half an hour a day. And so that's what I said. You want to stop this, then just trade a half an hour a day and find something else to do with the rest of your day. And he was so desperate that he did it. No, wait a minute. Go ahead.
Most people to stay at that level, it's just your body's working on it's such extreme sense of awareness that it is hard for a lot of people.
Oh yes. Oh, absolutely.
Longer than that.
Oh, absolutely. It would be the equivalent. What I'm doing, the kind of stuff that he did was equivalent to if you can imagine being in the 7th game of an NBA playoff. Okay, the score is tied and there's 1 minute left. Okay, you're talking intense.
Every day.
Yeah, this is every day, right? This is every day, all day long. Intense. So, and in trading in the zone, there's an analogy that I use where it's like someone building a bridge over the Grand Canyon. Okay, like when you're trading just one futures contract, you build a bridge over the Grand Canyon. It's like, okay, the bridge is, the bridge could be as wide as this room. What's the possibility? What are the possibilities? I'm going to walk over this bridge. I'm going to fall off. Even if I'm staggering. Okay, it's like I got a lot of room, big margin for error, right? Now I could fall off, and next stop is a mile down. But as you start trading in higher volume, meaning that as your contract size grows, that bridge, the equivalent of that bridge, basically narrows. Narrows to the point where you're trading 500, 1,000, 2,000 contracts. You're basically on a tightrope. Okay, now you're on a tightrope over Grand Canyon. And what does it take to knock you off? Well, if you're on the tightrope over Grand Canyon, it could take just not even a very hard breeze, but a relatively gentle breeze might cause you to lose your balance and fall off. That gentle breeze in the pit is the equivalent of one distracting thought. That's it, just one distracting thought. He went ahead and did this. And he said, well, what half an hour of the day should I trade? And I said, you'll find it won't make any difference. Pick any half an hour that you want. Because regardless of what half an hour it is, regardless of how much volume is available in that half an hour that you pick, whether it's a lot or whether it's a little, based on your ability to trade and the fact that you're trading, that you know that you only get a half an hour to do this, and you have the skills to do it, and the fact that you have maximum focus going into it, you will extract the maximum amount, whatever it is, in that half an hour. So it won't make a difference. It just won't. He didn't believe that. He really didn't. He found out that it was true. It did not make a difference. He averaged, while he did this, he averaged $180,000 a day, almost every day, for just a half an hour. Change the whole character of the bond pit. The whole character of the bond pit, because all these other people in the bond pit who are there grinding it out all day long are watching him stroll in, stay a half an hour, and walk out with a whole boatload of money. And they're thinking, hey, what am I doing? Now go ahead and ask your question.
How do you maintain this position? Meaning his 1 square foot.
It really wasn't a problem. Just the fact that he was a half an hour. They did just he was such because of his stature. They stepped aside.
It's a pecking order.
Yeah, it's a pecking order, right?
Was he able to keep his profits after a while?
Well, he ended up in a really one of the bitterest divorce proceedings you could imagine, and his wife actually got him enjoined from him going into the pit. He couldn't even trade for almost 2.5 years.
Wow. Because she didn't want to lose the money.
That's right. Well, they spent it all on attorneys anyway, so it didn't make any difference.
I've seen a guy. His wife used to come up at 9:15 in the morning, and they were going through they had problems, and eventually had to work. Just rag and rag and rag. The guy just
Nice way to start the day.
And it had an effect.
How could it not?
Yeah, we think his wife could, and he said, "Don't call me that." I hang up on people at times. I can't talk. Bye.
There you
I
go.
understand.
No. I did that once.
Go ahead, John.
Do you ever get traders that are trading well that then come to you? No.
Sure. Yeah. Yeah, I know what you're saying. Yeah, right.
If A is, Wayne Dyer talks about this, as A is perfect health, and B is where we live, and C is death. Most of us go see a doctor when we're at C to get back to B.
Right.
Very rarely are we at B happy or pleased or satisfied and take the steps to get to A to a higher level.
I get two kind of traders. Okay? Or I don't really do much of this anymore, but I used to get two kinds of traders. The ones who were really successful and just wanted to become more successful, and the ones who were in a state of absolute desperation. Everyone in between, pretty much no.
If someone's trading at the high end of that, is there more room?
Oh, there's always more room. Absolutely.
So are you looking at their behaviors and finding out that they're successful in spite of some negatives? So if we pull the negatives out,
Sure, absolutely, yeah, absolutely, absolutely.
but you can't see it as a trader until someone observes the pattern.
It's difficult unless you've acquired the kind of skills that would take a long time to acquire. It's a lot easier for someone else to to spot it. It's difficult to do even with the skills when you the kind of self-analysis that you're talking about. It's still it can be difficult, you know, to do on your own. Some of the beliefs that we have are so entrenched and create such um, create these kind of closed loops that are really difficult to see into on our own because our lives are in a pattern that is so self-evident that it's almost inconceivable that we could even question the pattern because it's been a pattern that's existed all our lives. So therefore, it is a fabric of reality instead of just something that I learned and I'm perpetuating it over and over and over again. Uh, is the guy on the tape, does he have a real rough voice?
I think it's the same.
It sounds like him.
Is it Bob Monroe?
Sounded like an old.
Okay.
Yeah,
And then
sound like an old-
and at the end of the tape, wake up! Does he do that?
No.
Oh, he doesn't?
Fortunately, he doesn't do that. Makes me kind of panic. You're all mellow.
Well,
I wouldn't be very nice. Get up, Pledge.
well, the tapes that I used to listen to, that's what he did.
I'm glad you
Yeah.
didn't say
Wake up! Yeah, really, yeah, really. It seemed like it anyway. I mean, you're in this kind of deep, real quiet space, and, Oh,
So how do you want to buy one of those other tapes?
well, I gave you the catalog.
No.
Oh, yeah.
There's no place.
Well, there isn't. Oh, just call them up. Look, we're distributors. You can call us. We don't really. I mean, that's not something we do. I mean, we'll order them for you, but you can order them direct,
Okay.
right from the.
There's no wonder,
Yeah, no, it's no problem. I thought there were the catalog included price lists. I'm not. The tapes aren't very expensive. I don't really remember how much they are, but I think they're like, I don't know, maybe $20 or $25 or something, or I don't know.
Just there's some prices we negotiate.
Yeah. And that's not the only. I mean, they have a number of different types of tapes to do a number of different things. Some would be considered pretty bizarre, but and I've been down there as part of the professional group a couple of times, and for a whole week with other people in other industries. Mostly, I would say, people in the psychiatric industry that use their products. They get together and talk about how the products can improve and other uses for them, and just sharing a lot of ideas. It was mostly like a summer camp for adults, basically, is what it really amounted to. It was really a lot of fun. Well, let's kind of review from yesterday. We went through a lot of material yesterday, and we're going to go through a lot again today. Anybody got any comments or ideas about some of the stuff that we talked about yesterday? Everybody's really just just at peace with all this and ready to go, huh? Go ahead, John.
No, I think if the way I would think outside the box, I came here with different agendas other than trading. Is what I challenge myself with every day, trying to think outside the box, how to look in the mirror and become better. And if you take the time to do that, and you have the courage to actually look in the mirror and look deep, I mean, some of that stuff is life changing. And you're just not going to get that. I mean, you just to get access to that information with yourself, just if you're open to it, they can take a wound and heal it.
That's right. Absolutely. I mean, we're going to get into just a little bit what I call like a practical philosophy for change, and
Just a real practical way of looking at why consciously altering ourselves and changing ourselves and adapting ourselves can be so rewarding, because I think it's really one of the keys to happiness. But it does, the fundamental component is what John just said: a willingness to think, what he, as he referred to, was outside the box, but basically just a willingness to think. Because nothing constricts what we can think about. Nothing. Only one thing. Let's put it this way. Nothing can limit what we can think about except for one thing. And what is that? What? No. Nope. Fear, which would mean which would mean what? What are the implications of lack of fear? Or what are the implications of a fear of thinking in a certain direction?
Because you limit yourself and you're not open to all the benefits available to you.
Okay. Well, I was just thinking like just a lack of willingness. That's the only thing. No desire. Yeah. Because that's really what it takes. That's what all of this takes. It all boils down to, what do you want? What are you willing to focus your energy on with conviction? Because regardless of what technique you're comfortable with, if you choose to go through a process of transformation, it really doesn't matter what technique you use. I shouldn't say it doesn't matter. I mean, it can matter if you're using it inappropriately and you don't know what you're doing. But technique is not as critical as desire. So there's really only one thing that stops anybody from thinking outside of what they've learned to believe. And that's a lack of willingness. Correspondingly, all it takes to tap into creative or inspirational information is a willingness, desire. If the desire is genuine, you'll get the information. That's an absolute fact. It really is. And I know maybe for some people who might not have experienced this or experience it on a regular basis, that's all it really takes, is a genuine, sincere desire. And if you try it and you don't get the information or don't get any information, then I would say that your desire was not genuine and sincere. It's what would commonly be referred to as lip service. You're saying the right words, but the sincere energy isn't behind the words. And that's really what it takes.
Along that same line, if you've never had change in your life where you can see an A/B situation, to actually put yourself to think that it could change is a huge gap.
It really is, yes.
But once you find someone that actually gets that A/B, you can say, I was a different person yesterday, I had a different thought process yesterday. If that accelerates, you're going to have just a dynamic curve straight up.
Oh, yeah.
It's just that first huge step that makes all the other steps small.
Right. Yeah, good point, John. I would say those kind of changes, those kind of first step changes for me came in years. Years.
Yeah.
But that was a long time ago, and didn't have access to the kind of insight and material that's available today too. Or let's say it was available but not readily accessible like today. Put it that way. Things have changed a lot in the last 20 and 30 years. They really have. I mean, when I was writing the Disciplined Trader back in starting in 1982, and in dissecting the dynamics of beliefs and belief systems and things like that. I mean, at the time, I thought I was really way out there and really afraid to even share the material with people because I thought they'd think I was crazy. Really, I'm serious. Especially the trading community.
I see that all the time. Not all the time, so much, but there's a certain degree of people I've come across over the years as traders who kind of think that this aspect of learning about yourself and thinking that that's going to help you as a trader is a little bit unmanly. I think is the way that most people think.
Oh, sure. And not as much now as what it used to be.
Right.
I mean, but but certainly back in, when I was working predominantly with floor traders in Chicago back in the 80s. I mean, I would say the vast majority of floor traders looked at Mark Douglas like, whoa, get away. I I've spoken at conferences. There was the first conference I actually spoke at. Tim Slater invited me to speak at CompuTrack in 1980, April 1983 or 1984. I don't remember. And down in New Orleans, and it was kind of amazing how the chain of events occurred to even me getting that invitation in the first place, because it was just really bizarre circumstances. Or synchronicities that were really that were kind of mind-boggling to me. But anyway, I was invited to go down there and speak, and one of the and at the time, I mean, I had no credentials at all. I had nothing. I really did. I had absolutely no credentials to be doing what I was doing. But Tim, and it was all really just based on a conversation that Tim and I had at dinner. And I just happened to sit down next to him because some woman broke a date with me, and or I wouldn't have even been at that particular banquet. And she broke this date. I was waiting for her, and I happened to sit down next to Tim Slater. Didn't even know who he was, and we talked. And then I found out later on that he did these conferences, and thought, well, since I was working on the psychology of trading and he had technical analysis, let's put the two together and do a workshop or something. Well, when I called him up, he said, well, yeah, I'm doing a conference. And he said, well, think about maybe adding you to the schedule. Thinking, oh man, So he called me back like 2 or 3 days later, and he said, okay, you're on. And from that moment on, this was like January, and the conference was in April. And from that moment on, I mean, I just obsessed over this presentation. I mean, totally and completely. I scrutinized it. Sometimes it might have taken me a week to get a sentence. I mean, literally, I'd go over, just over and over and over again. So when I got down there, I mean, it would be a huge understatement to say I was really, really nervous. There were 850 people at that conference, and there were probably, I don't know, maybe 18 or 19 speakers or something like that. And of course, all the other speakers, they'd written books and all that kind of stuff, and had reputations. And so Tim had a general meeting for everyone the first day of the conference in the morning. It was like, I think, around 9 o'clock in the morning or something like that, before everyone started. And one of the first surprising things that I found that when I got down there was that Tim had me speaking like either 6 or 7 times in a 3-day period, and all the other speakers were only speaking like twice. I'm thinking, well, there's got to be a mistake here. And I didn't want to say anything to Tim. And I'm thinking, there were some things that just weren't adding up. One, the number of times he had me speaking. Two, the material that I'd submitted for the big book that you get when you go to these conferences wasn't in the book. And it wasn't much material, but like I didn't really have any material, but it wasn't in the book anyway, and it was just in the packet. In other words, you get one of these huge satchels and the books in there, and my stuff is separate. So I'm sitting in the middle of the audience listening to Tim talk about, some of the restaurants to go to in New Orleans. In fact, I think it was it Mardi Gras? No, it wasn't Mardi Gras. Anyway, what to do in New Orleans and what to watch out for, and be careful of this or whatever. And then he said, and then he did this disclaimer thing about, what the speakers say, CompuTrack has no legal liability and all this kind of good stuff. And then he said, but I want you to pay particular attention. I'm sitting there, I'm just sitting in this chair, right? But I want you to pay particular attention to this material that we didn't put in the book specifically because we want you to pay particular attention to Mark Douglas. And I'm like, and I'm just like, it's like, my heart almost exploded. It really did. I was like, what the hell is going on? And I mean, I didn't even hear the rest of what he said because it just freaked me out. So I had to speak not really too much longer after that, maybe 2 or 3 hours after that, and I'm thinking this whole time that I'm down there, or before all this, that okay, nobody knows who I am. It's like psychology of trading, not something that people are even paying much attention to. You know, how many people might end up in one of my sessions, right? 5 or 10 people. Okay, I can make an ass out of myself in front of 5 or 10 people. It's all right. Okay, I can do that. And so I'm standing in front of this door where the sign says Mark Douglas Psychology of Trading, and I'm talking to another one of the speakers. I don't remember his name, and he was just he was being real nice, and when I say that sweat was literally dripping off my hands, I am not exaggerating. It was dripping off my hands, and I'm even getting nervous even talking about it. I mean, it's just but the memory of going back into that experience is putting me back into that experience in that state of mind. So we're talking, and I'm watching people kind of stream into this room, and I'm getting upset. I mean, I'm watching people walk into this room. I'm standing, maybe 10 or 15 feet away from the door, and I'm thinking, why are they doing this to me? What? Why? No, why are they doing this to me? And I don't understand it. And I'm, I kind of glance in the room. There's like maybe 70 or 80 people in there, and I'm really pissed. I'm thinking, come on. I wouldn't go listen to me talk. Why are they going to listen to me talk? And so the other speaker left because he had a session himself. So I was standing there by myself, and it was a real defining moment in my life because I was more than seriously considering bolting. No, I was going to bolt. I really was. I was standing there thinking to myself, I knew this would be it. I knew that Tim would never ever invite me back to another conference. I mean, that's what I was contemplating at that point, whether I could accept the deep sense of regret that I would experience by bolting, and what I was going to say to Tim. And I was running it through my mind, and just like checking the probability out. And like I said, it was I don't know if 50-50, 60-40, whatever, in terms of 60 in terms of bolting. But just at this right moment, I mean, like I said, this defining moment as to whether or not I was literally going to run, this person came up to me, and someone was going to walk into the room. He walked over to me. He saw the name tag, and he says, "Oh," he said, "You're Mark Douglas, right?" And I said, "Yeah." And he said, "Well, shouldn't we get going?" And I said, "Okay." And I walked into the room, and it was really weird because once I walked into the room, and because they didn't have anybody introducing you or anything else like that. It was just you just did it on your own. Once I walked into the room and got in front of everybody, I was fine. And not only that, I didn't even use my presentation. I just spoke spontaneously off the top of my head. And I had to, because that first presentation was a little bit shorter than the 2-hour presentation that I prepared for. Well, anyway, I did a really good job, and did such a good job that the next time that I spoke, there were like even more people in the room. And then by Saturday after, this is on Friday, by Saturday afternoon, I literally almost had the whole conference in the room. They were lined up around the walls and out the door. And I mean, and there were the same people that were coming to these presentations over and over and over again. And I was just like, I was really astounded, absolutely astounded. Until Sunday morning, I was in an elevator with somebody, and then I figured out what was going on. Like, what was this phenomenon? And some guy, he looked at me and said, "Oh, you're Mark Douglas. You're the guy that's making us all feel good." Now, that was not my intent for my presentation, but I mean, that wasn't the goal of my presentation. But as it turned out, I was giving people information about the nature of trading that they never ever heard before, meaning that there isn't anything wrong with you. Because back in the early 80s, especially futures traders, everyone lied about their results. Everyone was losing, literally everyone was losing, and everyone was saying that they were winning. And so all the people that were saying to their friends, "Oh yeah, I'm doing great," but they were losing their ass, and their friends were saying, "Oh yeah, I'm doing great too," they all thought it was just them that was lying. They didn't know that everyone else was lying too. And so, and because I'd worked at Merrill Lynch and I saw how virtually everyone, and I worked at one of Merrill Lynch's biggest offices in Chicago. I had access to the printouts of their customer base, where I could say that 99% of all their customers were losing money. And I said that in the conference. I mean, I just said that to everybody. It's like I just lifted this huge weight off their shoulders to think, okay, there's nothing wrong with me, and there are specific reasons why I'm losing. And so as a result, everyone wanted to hear this presentation over and over and over again. Now, the next year when I went back and Tim invited me back to speak, I thought, okay, this is really good. What I'll do is I'll really give them the meat. Okay, I'll instead of because that first one I didn't really get into a lot of depth. So I said, okay, I'll really put together a presentation and give them some real substance. I would say the first presentation that I did, I had probably 300 people in the room, and I lost 200 of them in the first 20 minutes. And it's been like that ever since. So, Dave, when you're talking about people, and I have found it really, the industry, the industry is evolving. Back in the early 80s, this message just was not very well received at all, especially if there's any depth to it. But, things are changing a lot. They really are. Which reminds me of the very first time I ever did a 2-day workshop. It was sometime in the late 80s, not late 80s, maybe 1986 or 1987. I was doing 1-day workshops, but I'd never expanded it to a 2-day. So I'm thinking, okay, I'll expand it to 2 days. And I have probably 11 or 12 guys in the room, and they were mostly all floor traders. Actually, mostly all from the S&P pit at the Chicago Mercantile Exchange. And so it just so happened it was in October in the weekend where you have to turn your clocks back, and I'd forgotten all about that because I was preoccupied with the workshop, and so I got there. I got to the workshop about a half an hour early, and of course nobody's there, and I think it was supposed to start at 8 or 9 o'clock, and at the time it was supposed to start, nobody's there. It's just like, and I'm thinking, oh my God, I really did it this time. Nobody's coming until somebody finally showed up and I figured out that I didn't do my clock. So, Oh. So, see, the thing is, and what this all really gets down to is something that we talked about Friday night and yesterday, is that you still don't need to have any of this to put on a winning trade. That's the whole point. None of this is necessary to put on a winning trade. None of this is necessary to put on 2 winning trades or 3 winning trades. But eventually, what we all find out is that we can put on winning trades. But there's a huge difference between being able to, or let's say, getting a few winning trades here and there, or even on a consistent, a fairly consistent basis. There's a huge difference between that, and of course, and what your bottom line results are when you experience huge drawdowns or a series of drawdowns as a result of mental errors. And when you become dissatisfied with that, you start looking for something to remedy the situation. And that's what takes a lot of work. Because, like we've been saying all along, it has everything to do with the way you think and in essence, the way you live your life.
Just so I'm clear on kind of where we're probably going to be going today, I think the essence of what we were trying to bring out up until this point was getting comfortable with the whole notion that it's your belief structure that may be limiting you in whatever aspect of your life, or perhaps more specifically your trading. I'm under the impression that what we're going to try to do today is that we're going to try to not only identify those beliefs, but also work on pattern or work on techniques to neutralize them or redirect the energy, however you
Exactly. Right. That's exactly what we're going to do today. remember that the kind of problems that we face as traders are going to fall into pretty much two basic categories in terms of what's going on inside of us. So we have a like genetically encoded ways of thinking, meaning our minds are wired to think in certain ways that cause us to believe that what we're experiencing in this now moment is identical to something that's already in our minds as a memory. That's a problem because we know what's the reality of the situation. What's true? What's really true? Every moment is unique. And see, because of our mind's inherent, propensity to associate, it's that mechanism that we have to compensate for. So we have to do something specific to compensate for that mechanism. That's one of the things we need to do. Because the reality is every moment is truly unique. That is the truth. Our minds make it seem as if this moment can be identical to something I've already experienced. Sometimes there'll be a correspondence, okay? There will be enough of a correspondence that we'll experience some degree of satisfaction based on what decision we make because our minds associated this now moment, this unique moment with some memory that we have. But as traders, there's too much of a capability. I mean, there's too much of a potential, let's say, to make catastrophic errors by allowing this mechanism to cause us to think that we know what's going to happen next. See, so what we want to do is take that gap away between the reality of each moment being unique and what our memories say, and say, you know what? I need to install a mechanism in my mind that will not let me think that this moment is anything other than unique. That's what we're doing. I need to install a mechanism in my mind that will not allow me to believe or think that this moment is anything other than unique. That way, my mind is now open to receive anything that may be of relevance in terms of what could satisfy my desires or goals. So that I can make a decision based on all the information that's available, not just what might satisfy my expectations. And remember, my expectations are going to be what? Based on what? What are my expectations always based on? Well, beliefs. Yeah. Because an expectation is a belief projected out into some future moment. So that's exactly what we don't want as traders. We do not want to be basing our decisions on our expectations because when our expectations are fulfilled, we feel satisfied and happy. And that's something that we all desire. And when our expectations go unfulfilled, we experience emotional pain. This is a universal characteristic of humans. Probably of anything that's alive and can think. I mean, we've got cats, and when they don't get to go out, they're in emotional pain. So what we don't want is we don't want to be perceiving information based on this limited this limited filter, so that only the information that makes me happy gets filtered into my mind or gets allowed in, and all the information that has the potential to make me feel anything other than happy gets filtered out in some way, either completely ignored or altered or distorted in some way. So we need that mechanism. So this is what I was saying before. What I was saying before is that we're going to use our trading. We're going to use the actual, let's say, process of trading to create these mental mechanisms that will cause us to think that no, this moment is really unique. And that doesn't mean you can't feel or sense or know what's going to happen next, because you can. But it'll be from a different context. It won't be from a rationally based context. it'll be from an intuitively based context. These are worlds apart. Because if it's genuine intuition, it seems like as if I'm going to maybe contradict many of the things that I've said earlier, but if it's genuine intuition, you'll always be right. Because in essence, you're in the zone. That is, that you spontaneously tapped into that framework where you are in complete harmony with, say, with the market consciousness, that collective consciousness of everyone who's participating. And you are in the zone. So it's not a rationally based knowing, it's an intuitive based knowing. But it's our rational mind that'll always, one, keep us from getting into it. Because if I think I know what's happened, if I think I know or believe what's happening at a rational level, it means that my knowing is coming only from my past. Are you guys with me on this? The knowing is coming only from my past. My past cannot. What's that? Well, you can predict the future. You can. Anybody can guess the future, and that's not. I'm not saying you can't predict the future, but let's put it this way: my past, based on what's already in my mind, can't know a truly unique moment, because a truly unique moment is something that never existed. My past can only know it afterwards, or my rational mind can only know it after the fact.
So how do you reconcile that with intuition? Your intuition is saying go, 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 go. And,
Your intuition won't say go, 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 go. Intuition doesn't work like that. Intuition isn't compelling in any way. Your rational mind is compelling. You feel compelled to do anything, it's coming from your rational mind. Your intuition is just spontaneous. You just find yourself doing things. Your rational mind is the one that's going to pull you out of doing it.
so how do you?
It's like it's doing something without weighing and judging. You see, your rational mind weighs and judges everything based on your past. When you're in that kind of a zone and acting spontaneously and intuitively, you won't be weighing or judging anything. In essence, you'll just be finding yourself doing something. It's like your rational mind will wake up and say, "Hey, what am I doing?"
Mark, it's kind of abstract. Can you just show me? Can you show me a trade that's rationally based versus?
It wouldn't, John. It wouldn't make any difference. And you see, in terms of showing you a trade, I mean, I could pull up a whole bunch of charts
I'm
and
just thinking. Tell me a trade that's rational versus. I mean, an example.
any trade that you think, any trade that's based on a pattern that you know at a rational level would be a rationally based trade. Meaning anything you've already learned about and it's in your mind as a memory. Whereas something, have you ever had kind of a gut feeling about something, but didn't really have a way to judge it from a rational perspective? That's what I'm talking about. It's. I'll give you an example. I don't even know if I have that chart with me, but there was a chart I was doing a typical pattern I'm going to show you guys later, an ABCD pattern where AB equals CD. It'd be something like this would be like a 618 retracement and like this. And these two lines right here, these two waves are exactly equal. And one of the reasons why I use Q charts is because I can click on this line. When I get this wave, when I get this low and this high, and this retracement right here, and I get an isolated low right here where it looks like it might start doing this, what I do is I clone this line, click on this line, I clone it, and I can actually move it here, put it on this low, and see how the market reacts coming up to point D. Okay? Well, I don't remember exactly when it was, but there was what I thought was a perfect ABCD setting up in the Dow. It was last year sometime, and it was on a 60-minute chart. And of course, the higher the time frame the chart, the more significant the move. So I put on my chart buy D. I'm supposed to sell D. Didn't even realize buy D. Okay, that would be okay. Buy D. Okay, so when the market, I actually didn't trade the day that this happened, but the market came up to D and literally just, blew right through it. It's like 150, 200 point move. So that would be something, it's like, see, I don't look at that as being an accident that I made, that I made that kind of an error on the chart by saying buy D instead of sell D.
You know, that has happened to me, and then I spend the next week trying to quantify it. How do I do that? And I can't. I don't know how I done it. So I'm in that trading hell.
Right.
Two times a day.
Right. We're talking about, trading intuitively, and it's really intriguing. But keep something in mind that, Sean just said is that one of the things I'm going to suggest to you is that even when we get to the point in the workbook where we talk about it, we're talking about it now, but if you haven't, let's say if you haven't trained your rational mind to trust intuitively based information, the best thing to do is just notice it and not trade intuitively, not act on it. Just notice it and write it down and pay attention to it. That every time it happens, so you can start building a backlog or repertoire of rationally based information saying, I can trust this. And there's a reason why I say that is because you can manufacture, you can get so excited about the idea that you can, have this sense of knowing of what's going to happen, that you can, at a rational level, manufacture a feeling that's very similar to that kind of intuitive sense. And the problem is that that manufactured feeling isn't intuition, and you will virtually always be wrong when you're operating out of that sense of, let's say, I call it like a hope that feels like intuition and genuine intuition. What you really have to do is get yourself to the point where you virtually have no potential to hope whatsoever. Like, why would you have to hope for anything? Once you really trust yourself, you don't have to hope for anything. So if you still have the potential to hope that the market does something for you, that's in essence what you're saying. I'm hoping that the market does this. I'm hoping that the market does this for me. And the only reason why you could hope that the market does anything for you is because you don't feel like you have the resources to trust yourself to do it for yourself. Otherwise, hope wouldn't exist. So as long as you have that potential to manufacture that sense of hope that feels very much like intuition, where you'll find it very difficult to make the distinction between the two, the best thing to do is just not trade intuitively. In other words, don't act on it right away. Let yourself work up a nice repertoire so that you can start trusting yourself. Trusting it, put it that way. And that might take a long time.
Took the example of buying pullbacks,
Mm-hmm.
right? You get a narrow range day or something, and you're looking to buy over the top of that. And you say, okay, the rational idea is it's a pullback. We found another level of buyers at this price, and so I'm buying over that resistance prior day. That would be a rational thought, correct?
Yeah.
The intuitive side would be it's pulled back 3 days. I'm going to go bid here because my gut is, or I intuitively think, most pullbacks last 3 to 4 days, and I'm hoping that I get the bottom.
And I would say that's not intuition.
Right.
Based on the way I define intuition, that's just another rationally based.
That's that manufactured.
Yeah, that could be manufactured, rationally based.
If you're
thought
thinking,
process.
it's not like if
See, you're thinking about it. You're not in it anyway.
Right.
See, the whole point is that you're really not thinking. You're not weighing or judging anything. You're finding yourself doing something. It's like looking at a chart. I'm looking at a chart, and I might have asked myself, 2 or 3 minutes before, well, where's the next best edge? And all of a sudden I get distracted. And I'm not thinking about where that next best edge is. And all of a sudden my attention is drawn to a line that I would normally have not paid attention to because it's not part of my repertoire of what the market does. But see, intuitively based information is creative. Creative, think about the definition. Bringing forth something that didn't previously exist. I wouldn't have paid attention to that particular line or that particular level. And all of a sudden I've got my attention drawn to it and I think, oh, okay, well, let's put an order here. No weighing, no judging, really no thinking. If you're weighing, judging, and thinking, it's not intuition. It's something that's spontaneous. It's just like when I'm writing Disciplined Trader and Trading in the Zone, and a technique that I'm going to give you in a few minutes. I'd ask myself a question. Now, if think about this. If I ask myself a question, if I thought I really had the answer, I wouldn't have asked the question in the first place. Meaning that I really believe I don't have the answer. I'm not trying to figure out the answer. I'm not doing any analysis, like going through all my memories and trying to work something out, trying to figure out a problem. I'm not doing that. I don't have the answer. And then I forget about the question. Or in that moment. I mean, just you get distracted, you start doing other things. Then all of a sudden, it's like, boom, the information just gets dumped into my brain, or I find myself speaking it without knowing it. That's the kind of stuff I'm talking about. I didn't think about the information that's in my brain. It's now there, and I got to write it down. And I find that if I don't write it down, it evaporates, and I can't reconstruct it. I can't tell you, how many times. It didn't happen that many times because it was just too painful. But the number of times it did happen where I didn't either write it down right away, or I put it in my computer, didn't save it right away, and something happened to my computer and I lost it. That was like, and then try to reconstruct it at a rational level, I couldn't do it. I couldn't do it because it wasn't in my brain at a rational level. It wasn't part of my memories. It didn't have anything to stick to because there wasn't really a framework, because it was new information, new for me. So I'm not weighing, I'm not judging. I'm just asking a genuine question because I don't have an answer, and I desire the answer. If the desire is genuine, you will get an answer that corresponds with your question.
Are you saying that a rational-based trade is something that is good?
No, I didn't say that at all, Jeff. No, not at all.
Want to make sure.
I'm not saying any of this is good or any of this is bad. It's just all a function of what you desire, where you want to go, what you want for yourself in your life.
Because the ABCD that you were talking about is a rational-based trade.
Yeah. Well,
Okay.
Jeff, I trade rationally. Okay, I'm not. Don't get the impression that this is what I do here. Okay, not every trade is intuitive. I'm just giving examples of times that it was. Okay.
Ask some questions.
And also, I'm not at a level in my life where I completely and absolutely trust it either. As a trader. I'm still working on it.
The example you gave, that was really an error in your technique. I mean, you made
No.
the mistake of buying instead of selling.
No, I didn't. First of all, I didn't put an order in the market. Number one. All I'm saying is that I write on the chart what I'm going to do, and what I wrote on the chart was what I should have written, sell D, and I didn't even notice until the next day where I actually wrote buy D.
That's not intuitive thinking.
Oh, that to me, yes, absolutely. That's not an. See, I don't look at it that way. I don't look at those kinds of errors as being errors, or I don't look at unconscious mistakes as being as not having significance. I don't look at them as sort of a random thing at all. That was, let's say, at a subconscious level. That's information we're gonna talk about in a minute about where information can come from. 1 second, Jay. Let me just do one thing. About the different levels of information. You can say that, that there's the conscious, subconscious, and I'm looking at the intuitive or spiritual. Okay. I would say that particular, whatever, what caused me to type buy and sell came from down here. and I didn't notice it at a conscious level until the next day. Go ahead, Jake.
I was just going to say, if you have an unconscious belief that makes you trade it correctly, how do you separate that? Like, like, in other words, it's causing you to make a mistake unconsciously, right?
Mhm.
How do you separate that from what you can describe as intuition?
I'm not sure. Okay, ask me the question again.
Like, in other words, intuition made you right, sell, buy D.
Yeah, my intuition told me to buy D.
Right.
Okay.
What if, there's something in your brain which was a bad belief, it caused a trading error that made you say buy here or whatever.
Well,
And-
what about
and
it?
it didn't work.
Okay, what about it?
I'm just saying, how do you separate intuition from unconscious belief? It's not aware of it. So that's really the question.
Well, very easy. I shouldn't say very easy. It's just that the criteria is if it was the perfect thing to do, it was intuition. Anything less than that, and it was rationally based. And I'm not saying that you can't make a decision at a rational level that can't be perfect. All I'm saying is that your intuition will always, based on my definition and the way that I look at it, you can look at it and define it any way that you want. All I'm saying is that in my framework, in my context, intuition will always cause me to step into an experience in a way that's in complete harmony with the environment that I'm in that moment, based on what my desire is. Would that be a good definition of it? Do you think? Does it make sense?
Basically, it's your goal.
What Roman?
Basically, it's your goal.
Yeah, it'll cause me to step into an experience in a way that's in perfect harmony with my desire and the environment that I'm in that moment, and the environmental forces I'm operating, let's say, in, or the environmental forces that are attendant upon that situation. Anything less than that, in terms of an outcome, would not be intuition. I know this is really kind of hard and abstract stuff, but uh, you know, you guys can listen to the tape over and over again, and or watch the tape, and as a result, start doing your own explorations in terms of how this works in your life, and how you might use it. And let me say something else too, that about 5 or 6 years ago, I was invited to speak at the first annual Intuition conference that was in San Diego. And there were, I don't know, about 200 or 300 people there, and people from all over the world who investigate the nature of intuition. And one of the things that I came out of that conference with was that nobody could agree on a definition of intuition. Not that there was argument. I'm not saying that people were fighting each other. They weren't. I'm just saying that all the different definitions were mind-boggling. Okay, so I'm just giving you one. I'm not saying there aren't more. Do your own investigation, and go on your own path, and find what works for you. But and I was amazed too at all the different ways that intuition worked in people's lives. I was stunned. So to take a phrase out of anybody read Conversation with God books by Neil Donald Walsh? Mine is not the only way; it's just another way. So I would say that. And for some of you, it could be a good start.
What I've found over the years is and I'm guilty of, not being consistent with it, but what I try to do is always ask, certain questions, how you can do things better, whether it be business, trading, or other parts of your life. And I definitely find that when you stay on that type of a regimen, it definitely makes a difference. Depending on what you're trying to go, maybe it's the bottom line, maybe it's a relationship, maybe whatever. Um, what ends up happening, at least for me, is you start noticing a change, and then you suddenly forget that regimen was what got you to that point, and you kind of stop doing it.
Sure.
It's so easy to fall off, but if anybody hasn't done that type of stuff, I mean,
Do want to be asking questions.
just always ask yourself,
Sure.
areas that you're not satisfied with, or even you are satisfied with and want to make better. For me, at least, it definitely makes a difference. which I think is the whole kind of where we are at this point
Right.
in the conference.
Yeah, we are. And what Greg said yesterday too about, we're just writing early in the morning. It's a really good technique. Just write anything. What are the techniques I'm going to give you? We can do it right now for even identifying a belief. It's the exact same technique. Only what I do is put a time constraint on it. In other words, you've got a specific purpose. You could say, let's go here, go to page, go to page 1 of section 5. One of the first things I say here is when it comes to doing mental work, your attitude is everything. Meaning whether you think you can or whether you think you can't, you'll be right. And that's really true. When you're doing mental work, your attitude about it is virtually everything. So the more you believe in the possibilities that you can do this kind of work, the more benefit you're going to get from it. So if you want to find out, if you want to find out what's in here, okay. First of all, this is at the conscious level. These are the things that we have conscious access to. You may have conscious beliefs that you have that are in conflict with your desire to accumulate money as a trader. There may be some subconscious, okay? Remember I said yesterday that I think this line between conscious and subconscious is really artificial? In some ways even taught because, when we're children and there are things going on in our mind that our parents can't explain, not only can they not explain it in us, they can't explain it in themselves. They're going to say, just forget about that. Just kind of put it in the back of your mind and just forget about it. And what ends up happening is that the things that we can't explain and we can't deal with, they do, and the things just automatically, in many cases, will drop down to a subconscious level of operation anyway. Okay, but it's like you don't. I'll put it this way: the more you do this kind of work and ask questions, the more this line between conscious and subconscious starts to get perforated and weaker until there really isn't any definition at all. I mean, there isn't any declination between the two at all. You can have access to anything that's in your mind, not only here, but also here. And it's just a matter of the kind of work that you do. And that work is in essence asking yourself questions. So for an example, I just gave you one example here. You want to find out what's going on? Say to yourself, why can't I accumulate vast sums of money? Now, if I knew the answer to that at a rational level, I wouldn't have to be asking the question in the first place. Now, keep in mind, I'm going to keep repeating this because I don't know if I have the right words to really convey how important it is that this question be genuine and sincere. Because any lack of sincerity, and you won't get an answer. It's like the forces that exist in the universe, let's say, or exist at these deeper levels. You can't. It's like you can't fool God. If you really don't want an answer, regardless of how much you might say to yourself, yes, I do, yes, I do, yes, I do, if the asking the question isn't genuine and sincere, then you won't get an answer. In other words, you have to be completely honest with yourself. And you will get an answer that corresponds with your level of honesty. So if you're asking a question that you sense you're afraid to get an answer about, then, ask another question that you might not be so afraid about getting an answer. That you can say sincerely and genuinely that I really do want an answer. I really want to know. Then write that question at the top of a piece of paper.
and then give yourself about 20 minutes. And what are you going to do for that 20 minutes? You're going to write. What are you going to write? You already said if I knew the answer, I wouldn't have to ask it in the first place. So what are you going to write? What do you think you're going to write? Just whatever. Write whatever thought comes to your mind, uncensored. Write your stream of consciousness thoughts, whatever comes to your mind, uncensored. Don't censor anything. Don't judge anything. Don't stop and contemplate it. Don't think about it. If the word or the thought or the feeling comes into your consciousness, write it down. And after 20 minutes, you can go back and reread what you've written. In other words, hopefully, once you get used to the idea of writing uncensored, you're going to find that you lose this kind of conscious thought process of judging what you're writing. In other words, you won't be judging it. You're going to so busy trying to write your stream of thoughts that you're not thinking about what you're writing. And then when you go back and reread it, what are you going to be reading? You're going to be discovering yourself. You're going to be reading something that came from your mind onto that piece of paper, and you should have, what'll hopefully end up happening is that you'll read something that corresponds to the question that you wrote. You'll have at least an answer or part of an answer, and there should be enough there for you to ask another question or to stimulate another question. And you put that question at the top of a piece of paper. And keep on doing it until you get to the source of the original question of why can't I accumulate vast sums of money? Because it may be, I mean, that's a big one, by the way. I mean, you can do smaller ones, but working on one like that could take quite a long time. Yeah, more than 20 minutes.
It's like songwriting. That's how I wrote Dollar Rock and Roll. Wrote itself in 20 minutes.
Okay, Jake, say that so people can hear it. Okay,
It's like no, I'm saying this whole thing is like songwriting, basically. Like I love rock and roll as an example. The biggest song I ever wrote. It was like complete inspiration. It wrote itself. I was taking dictation. It wrote itself in 20 minutes. It's like automatic. I have no idea where it came from. Actually, I do have an idea. I was listening to the Rolling Stones. It's only rock and roll. I like it, and I had like a knee jerk reaction to it. I said, "What do you mean it's only rock and roll? I love rock." Whoops.
Wow.
Cool.
And you're still getting. How long ago did you write that song?
Over 20 years.
And you're still getting a pretty substantial income from it, aren't you?
Well, Britney Spears was coming, so next year would be a good year.
Yeah. Good.
And if you're posing a very deep question like this one, and you can't. I mean, as we're talking about it, I'm trying to think of. We have A, B, C, D, E here. I'm trying to think of what things could be inside me.
Those are just examples, by the way.
Right.
Okay.
I'm just. But when we've been talking about asking questions, and sometimes while you're talking, I'm thinking of things.
Right.
And asking questions and not coming up with even like the first thing. So you're just a technique to try to uncover that would just
Stop
be,
1 second. I would ask, well, what's stopping me from getting an answer? You said you're not coming up with the first thing, right? Then I would do the technique based on, well, what's stopping me from getting an answer? And then do that exercise for 20 minutes and write down every thought that comes to your mind. Break it down break it down to its, to like the most fundamental or basic components. I mean, just break your questions down as as far as you can. In fact, kind of a rule of thumb, I'll give you a rule of thumb that I use when in my consulting work and my coaching, is that one, when people when people call up, I help them identify the challenge that's going to be in relationship to whatever they desire, their goal. Create a process. In other words, how we're going to get there. And then break the process down to its smallest incremental steps. And then just take one step at a time. And so that particular formula you can use for any particular trading skill that you want to learn. Any trading skill at all. If you put it within the context of that formula, if you can think to yourself, I'd like to be able to trade breakouts. I'm not a good breakout trader. That's something I haven't spent any time really, any time teaching myself how to do. So at the time when I'm ready to get to the point where I want to acquire this skill of being an excellent breakout trader, I will that's my challenge. I'll create a process. I'll break the process down to its smallest incremental steps and take one step at a time. Another example of that would be a trader that comes to mind that I worked with many years ago. He owned some construction companies down south. He was a guy in his late 50s at the time. You can imagine the kind of guys that would own construction companies, let's say in Dallas, okay? And he and he'd been trading bond futures and just getting wiped out. So he thought, you know what, he's going to come up to Chicago and show these bond traders something. And bought a seat at the Chicago Board of Trade. I'm sorry, I'm laughing. Anyway, he bought a seat at the Chicago Board of Trade and went into the pit to trade and found out that it was just a little bit more violent and athletic than what he could have imagined. But anyway, I'm sorry. But another one of these situations where someone told him to call me, and um, so we did, and we spent probably, I don't know, maybe a week or a week and a half, where one of the problems he had is he really didn't even know how to define support and resistance, and I was using point and figure charts at the time, which I think are really good, by the way, but there isn't really much software where I don't know of any software that really does 2 point figure charting anymore. But anyway, so what I did is I helped him be able to identify support and resistance within a 8 to 10 tick range, okay, in the bonds. So when we got to the point where he was comfortable and we thought he could do this, for the next day we had support, we had resistance here, support here, and here was the deal. Okay, this guy's a multimillionaire. Here's the deal. This was the task, and we broke the process down, smallest incremental steps, right? The task was, fortunately, for him to buy one bond contract at support and hold on to it until if it came to support first, and hold on to it until it came up to resistance, sell it out for the profit, and then sell to, and that was it. Okay, he was supposed to risk 3 ticks, $100. Okay, that's all he was. Now that was the task. He just had to go in. And unfortunately for us, this particular exercise, the market, opened up somewhere in the middle right here. And so when the market was coming down to, I don't know what this price was. Let's just say it was 09. Market's coming down to 09. He starts getting panicky and thinking that it's not going to get there, number one. And so he bought them at right around 11. And then when it hit 09, he's thinking it's going to keep on going, of course. He sold it out for a 2 tick loss. It bounced off 9, went back up to 19, Okay. And then he did the exact same thing, came back to the office and was thoroughly exasperated and frustrated with, with what happened, right? So the next day he went down there and did the exact same thing. And, and, uh, and then after that, I didn't hear from him. And I didn't hear from him because he didn't want to have to account to me for the fact that he couldn't do this. Because what are we talking about here? We're talking about $100 risk. That was it. This is really genuinely less than chump change with this guy. So so I didn't hear from him for about 2 weeks, and then I get a call. Well, as it turned out, after 2 or 3 weeks, maybe 3 weeks, after 2 or 3 weeks, what had happened is that he had gotten pretty good at identifying support and resistance. And he'd also gotten pretty good at buying them at 9, let's say, or selling them at 19, but he was still getting out at 10 or 11 and not holding on, for the full range. So he's only getting a 1 to 2 tick profit. And what was really exasperating for him is that in many cases, it turned out that 09 in this example was the low of the day. Or he'd look back at the end of the day and say, you know what? I bought the low of the day and only got 1 tick. I bought the high of the day and only got 1 tick. So his solution to the problem, what do you think his solution was? Oh, yeah, absolutely. Yeah, not double up, triple up. Okay, he's a 1 lot trader. Now he's going to be trading 25 or 50 lots. Okay, and actually he'd made some money. He'd made some money in that 2 or 3 weeks. He'd made maybe a couple $1,000s doing this. So yeah, now the problem is, going from a 1 lot trader in the pit to doing 20 or 25 or more, you're dealing with a whole different range or a whole different set of people. And, it's just not easy to step up from 1 to 20. It's just based on the dynamics of the way the pit itself works. And I knew he was going to get his ass handed to him. There wasn't a doubt in my mind about it. I didn't say anything to him. And I said, hey, go ahead. And so it wouldn't have made any difference if I said anything to him or not. So, and that's exactly what happened. He lost all the profits he made plus another $2,000 or $3,000, and then he said, "Okay, like this. Okay, I'm ready. What do I need to do?" Based on the formula I just gave him, what would you tell him to do? You tell me now. If you're in this situation, you're in my shoes, and he's asking me, what does he need to do to resolve this problem? What? That's right. Why can't he wants to stay in his winning trade? What's the process? We know the challenge. Create a process, break the process down to the smallest incremental steps. Because this is stuff you're going to need to do on your own anyway. You tell me what I told him. Well,
Not at that point. Done what you asked me to do.
You're close, but I added one other dimension. Louis close. What other dimension, let's say, fact or factor or criteria did I add to originally what I told him to do that would solve this problem if he'll do it?
Maybe move his stock is
Sell half.
stock.
So what?
Sell half.
Sell half?
No.
No, we're going back to what Louis said. Go back to trading 1 contract.
Oh,
Okay.
You move the stock to a level that you're comfortable. You trade the stock because the stock moves, so you don't risk giving back everything. Possibly you can do it.
That's a real tough thing to do. We're talking about a pretty small range in the first place, and a lot of the up-down movement in an 8-tick range is just going to be noise. So you'll end up getting. You can't. I don't think you could do a trailing stop in this kind of a situation. Trailing stop, you got to give the market a little bit of room. Use trailing stops when you're trading higher time frames. So that would be. I don't think that would be difficult. And I'm not a big fan of trailing stops anyway. But we'll tell you why later.
You gotta do it 20 times. That's what he ranks at.
Well, yeah, but if you add one other factor to this, that would not. What we want to do is this. Keep in mind that what we're dealing with is mental energy. We're dealing with conflicting energy that conflicts with his desire or goal to hang on to that trade, right? That's all we're really talking about. When he buys support, we do not know if it's even going to get up to resistance. But the whole idea was it doesn't really matter because all he's really risking to find out is $100 anyway. So it's either it gets there or he gets stopped out. If it gets there, he reverses, and it gets down here, or he gets stopped out, one or the other. But if you add one other dimension to this, it will that could force him to confront these conflicting forces. Because in essence, all we're really talking about is petting the dog. This distance right here is the dog. Now we know the kid as a child, you know, it would be almost impossible to teach a kid this kind of a process where not impossible, but it would be difficult because they wouldn't understand the underlying dynamics. But with an adult, at least you can say, okay, here's the situation. Here's what here's the resistance, let's say, that you want to neutralize. That means you're going to have to confront it. What would cause or force him or cause him, if he wanted to confront that resistance on a moment-to-moment basis? Add one other factor, one other rule in here, and the process goes really quick. Can you think of anything?
Write down what is not so.
No, he's in the pit.
Accept the laws.
Well, that's something we're going to work on. That's something that's going to happen as part of this process. Not really, no. But we really, in this case, we don't even have to know what the belief is. We don't even have to know why he can't hang on. I mean, I know why he can't hang on, but it doesn't make any difference. Whether he knows or I know, it doesn't make any difference. You can actually think of a process that would cause it to all go away by doing something. Anybody come to anything come to mind?
Out of it until his price comes back.
Close. Very good.
Stop order?
No, walk out. No, I didn't tell him to walk out of the pit. Quite the contrary. However, you're close by adding time, adding a time dimension. In other words, the market comes down to 9. He gets in. He doesn't get stopped out. He's got to stay in that trade for, let's say, 10 or 15 minutes, or it hits his point, or whatever comes first. So in other words, what I wanted him to do was actually get into this trade, turn around and look at the clock and deal with his uncomfortableness, moment by moment, second by second. And the more that he could do it, the more that he could, let's say, be in that uncomfortableness, the faster the energy neutralized. Because if he didn't get stopped out, then basically he was in a winning trade, and he was letting the market unfold in his favor. And the more that the market unfolded in his favor, he was actually creating an experience that directly conflicted with his resistant energy. Just like, as remember yesterday, the example that all dogs are dangerous. Not all dogs are dangerous. Okay, we've got energy dynamics. So the more that he faced that clock and faced his uncomfortableness second by second, minute by minute, the faster the energy dissipated. So if he could only do it 5 minutes the first time, well, great. Maybe the next time he could do it 6. And the next time he could do it 10. And the next time he could do it all 15. And then at some point, it didn't matter. He could do it. It was simple. It really was. It was a simple exercise. Not easy to do, but it was a simple exercise. That's basically what you guys are going to be doing for any trading skill. You're going to think of a process, break the process down to its smallest incremental steps, and do the steps. Because you don't have to know, in many cases, you do not have to know what the conflicting energy is. On the self-sabotaging beliefs, these are exercise, the kind of things you're going to need to do to neutralize self-sabotaging beliefs. In some cases, you're going to have to know what it is. But in some of the trading skills that you need, the basic fundamental trading skills, you don't necessarily have to know. But you do have to create a process to neutralize it. And this is a perfect example of what I mean about using your trading to accumulate skills. He was trading, but he was trading for the specific purpose of being able to hang on to a winning trade. Now, if you have a problem hanging on to a winning trade, you know what? This exercise would work for you too.
Jake?
The trial. 15 minutes. The last one was 20 minutes.
Could I ask you what typically?
Oh, yes, you may.
What is the belief? I mean, I have the same damn problem, but what, and we'll try that, but what if you dealt with the belief? What is the typical belief that keeps people out of what you try? So as simple as what you have.
Well, in his case, and because he'd been burned so many times, where the market came back and took his profits away, where he didn't take it because he never had a consistent or methodical way of taking profits. That's all it really was for him. It's just his past experience of being burned so many times. Where he thought the market was burning him, of course, it was his inability to trade consistently or have a consistent methodology that was burning him. Go ahead, Greg.
Being patient is one of my challenges. Let me use this example. If it starts going up to 15, I have this.
I got a solution for you later on. What time is it, John? Yeah, I'll take. Okay, where'd we leave off? Anybody remember?
20 minutes.
20 minutes. Oh, I left off with the exercise. That was it. About creating processes.
Bond trading.
Yeah. Anyway, he went on to make quite a bit of money trading bonds, and then went to Thailand in the late 80s and early 90s to trade their stock exchange, and took advantage of a lot of people down over there. And I kind of lost touch with him probably about 8-9 years ago, so I don't really know where he's at right now. Okay, you've got information now. I want to precede what I'm about to tell you right now with kind of a caveat or warning. I'm just exposing you to technologies or ideas, or let's say methodologies that you can use, but I suggest that you don't, until you've acquired some sophistication in working with us in these areas and expertise, that you do this with somebody who knows what they're doing, a professional. Well, I'm going to tell you, you'll see in a minute. Okay. What I'm doing is, all I want to do is I want to give you an idea of what's possible and the kind of things that you can do. Again, these are things you're certainly under no obligation to do any of this stuff. But if you do decide to do it, I very strongly recommend that you do it with a professional, someone who knows what they're doing. Here's what I mean. We left off doing journal work, writing questions, getting answers, discovering yourself, and discovering things that hopefully will pique your curiosity to ask another question. You're accumulating all this information about yourself. What are you going to do with it? Where are you going to go with it? Well, there's a number of different things that you can do, a number of different techniques or technologies. There are all kinds of self-help books that you can buy. One of the things when people even ask me to suggest certain books, I'm a little reticent to do so. What I suggest that people do, instead of me recommending what book might be good for you, you find out what book is good for you by going to a pretty large self-help bookstore and finding out by just what book resonates. Okay, as you're going, as you're perusing all these books that tell you what you can do and how you can do it and everything else like that, which books resonate? Which books are you attracted to? Books in essence, because once you open yourself up, here again, this process of opening yourself up by asking questions, you will be naturally guided from this area right down here. You will be naturally guided to pick up the book that's right for you in that moment. And that's the one you buy. And that's the one you start with.
What is it?
how I got my first book. I felt Larry Williams. Went to one of those bookstores because I was just in training, and Larry's book almost fell off the shelf, hit me on the head.
Somebody pushed.
How I made $1 million first year of training.
What I'm saying to you is that in many cases, the kind of stuff that's going to happen once you open yourself up will seem quite magical. It really will. They'll just come into your life. You'll be attracted to it. You're not thinking about, not analyzing, not judging. You just find yourself picking up this book and, oh, yeah, okay. Yeah, this looks good. That's the one you buy. The one that feels good is the one you buy. See, so for me to recommend a book, it's like I'd have to, tap into where you're at and I mean, not that I haven't done that sort of thing, but it's just that you're better off just doing it on your own. Does that make sense, everybody? So one of the things that you can do, and this is an example of a trader that I worked with a while back, and uh, who had a pretty abusive relationship with his father, and it it hampered. He was a well, I'm not there. I'm not even tell you where he traded or what the deal was, but anyway, um, he found a lot of the things that he had learned as a result of his relationship with his father quite troublesome, not only in his life, but of course for his trading. And what I'm going to do is I'm going to read you an exercise that I gave to him. And basically, this exercise, you can see this is his work right here. It's about 20 some pages or more. It's all single space typewritten. And these are experiences that he wrote about with his dad. Okay? And the exercise was to write the experience and then boil the experience down to, in other words, distill it down to like a couple of sentences about what he learned about the nature of his relationship with the world as a result of these experiences, and then boil it down to a one sentence belief if possible. Because what we want to do when we're working with these kinds of with these kinds of beliefs that we want to neutralize, we want to distill it down as as much as possible so that we have something tangible to work with. Because when we've got something tangible to work with, there's even another exercise that I'll give you, again, that I'm going to caution you to use, not on your own, but with guidance and with help, that will help you neutralize that one sentence concept when you get it down to that. But basically, what this exercise is about is this, is that you're not going to change your memories of your experiences. It's not the actual memory that you're changing, but you're going to change the context of the memory. In other words, you can put the memory into another framework from negative to positive. Because remember that, that life, the universe, life, okay, offers us a range of experiences. And this line cannot represent that range of experiences because those experiences are virtually infinite. Now think about this. Those experiences are infinite. And every moment is truly unique. But if we start out with, a particular experience in a particular category, from a negative perspective, we will continue to perpetuate that negative cycle over and over and over again until we break the cycle, which means it's something that we have to choose to do. We will think that cycle is reality, just like the boy and the dog example. Dogs had a range of experience, a range of possibilities to experience happiness, joy, satisfaction. These are all states of mind. This child can only perceive one possibility out of a range of possibilities. That one possibility was his reality, and something that he would vehemently defend as being the true and only reality. So I could say that every negative cycle that exists in each of our lives, and all of us have them, because none of us grow up pain-free. Nobody grows up pain-free.
Everyone gets hurt emotionally. Everyone. And the problem is, if we don't reconcile our own pain, we will pass it on to our children. We have no other choice. As much as you might want to try not to, and even be conscious of it, unless you have a way to reconcile the pain, you will pass it on. And then your children will pass it on to their children. And it'll keep on getting passed on until somebody decides to break the cycle. And the cycles don't get broken until somebody, like I said, decides, until makes a conscious choice to work on it. Now, you don't have to, again, you don't have to change the memory, because you couldn't anyway, really. I mean, I guess people can. They can, they can create another memory and try to deny the original one. But you can put it into a different context. You can put something from a negative into a positive context. If, for an example, as in this case, as in this particular person, if he were to go back and had a way, let's say, or even imagine a way of accessing the child, the person that he was when these experiences happened, and explain these experiences in a different context, in a context that wasn't emotionally painful, well, you think that might be helpful? Because that's in essence what he's doing. He's explaining these experiences in a context that would help this, let's say, 8 or 9-year-old create a set of memories about this, that even though the actual experience themselves didn't change, the context of the experience changed from negative to positive. Because there's something else, another dynamic here that you need to really understand, and that's the dynamics of forgiveness. People generally think of forgiveness as doing something like to forgive the kind of pain that someone else perpetrated on us. Now, there's no doubt about the fact that, let's say, we interacted with someone in a very painful way, and let's say even if it was intentional on their part, that the pain exists, it's there. But here's the problem, or here's a way that, but here's a way that I'm going to give you a way to think about this that would help you work through some of this pain, so that you can clean your mind out of negative energy, so that you can live your life in a more happy and satisfying way. Because people will say, well, they don't deserve to be forgiven. And as much as that might be true, there's something that everyone needs to consider. And that's, let's take an example of a person in our lives, okay? Let's take mother, father, brother, sister, whatever, a relative. We can say that that person has a range of expression. That let's say that for the sake of this argument or this discussion, that particular person exists in a finite way. All their inherent qualities and characteristics can be described in some sort of finite way. All their memories, all their experiences, all the energy that's inside of them, they exist in some way that can be described. So we've got them that exists outside of us, and then we have our representation of them. Okay, the representation of them that exists in our mind. In other words, some component part of our identity that we would describe as them. First of all, I would ask you, is our representation of them them? Is it who they are?
No.
It can't be, right? Right. In other words, it's something less than, because for us to know them as who they are, we'd have to know them as their consciousness. We'd have to literally be them in every aspect or every component part of who they are. So any way that we would represent somebody else is less than who they are, and usually much less than who they are. Some small part, but it is a component part of our identity, meaning that representation of that person, this unique representation, it is a unique representation of that person, exists nowhere else in the universe. Now think about that. You've got brothers and sisters or other relatives that have their own mental representation of that person that may have similarities to yours, but your representation is unique. It exists no other place in the universe other than your mind. And the problem that people have is that we have this tendency to think that our representation of another person is that person, when in fact, if it's the only representation of that person, in other words, the only place that it exists is in our mind, it's really part of our identity. It's not them, it's us. That's the way you need to think it. Any representation that you have of another person in your mind is part of your identity. And if that representation is a negatively charged energy, then it's having a negative effect on your life. We're the ones that are going to be suffering. Because what do we know about the nature of beliefs? They demand expression. See, so we grow up, let's say, with parents who are, let's say, inflict their own style or whatever of abuse, whether it was intentional or not. We say to ourselves, I'll never do that to my kids, and find ourselves doing just exactly the same thing to our kids. Why? Because all beliefs demand expression. And find ourselves being, in many ways, exactly the same way. Matter of fact, if you go to a relationship kind of a conference, there are certain relationship, conferences that you can go to or workshops you can go to help you, understand the nature of relationships and get more intimate and all this kind of stuff. Well, there are some that you can go to that once you get there, let's say there's a room of maybe 100 people or so. When you get there, they'll give you these extensive personality inventories or characteristic inventories, and not only of yourself, but also how you would describe your mother, your father, your brothers, your sisters, your husband, your wife. And then after you take all the inventories, after everyone's done with all of that, you're in the you're a part of the audience, and you're asked. Everyone has a turn, and you're asked without knowing anyone else in the audience now. You really even have, say, you might have just maybe briefly met a few people, but otherwise you are asked to go into the audience for the sake of the work that you're going to do later on, and pick a dad, pick a mom, pick a wife, pick a brother, pick a sister, pick a daughter or a son. And then what they do later on is they compare your description of your relatives that you picked with the description of the way these people describe themselves. And people, you will find that you will just naturally pick you will be attracted to the energy that's inside of you, meaning you will pick a mom and a dad that has characteristics almost virtually exactly like what you described your mother and father to be, and these are perfect strangers. People say opposites attract. No, that's not true. Likes attract. Like energy attracts like energy. It may seem on the surface as if people are opposite, but it isn't the case. I've worked with enough couples where it's like I've it just blew my mind how on the surface two people look. I mean, if you were to ask me to describe it, I'd say there is a far apart is what people could be, and then the more that I worked with them, the more I found that underneath the facade and underneath the surface, they were two peas in a pod. They were exactly the same. So what I'm saying is that the idea, the notion, or the concept of forgiveness is that you're not forgiving that person outside of you. It's not for their benefit. It could be. You could make it for their benefit, but I'm saying you don't have to. It's for your benefit. Because any negative energy inside of us has the potential to express itself in negative ways. Not only in the way that we see the world, not only in the way that we interact with other people, but also just the effect that it has on our own physiology. Does this make sense to people? Other people are not other people. Anyone that we perceive in our environment is some limited version of who they are, which means that we can't perceive in other people what's not inside of ourselves. It's impossible. We cannot perceive in other people what's not inside of ourselves. Otherwise, that characteristic or trait that may exist in them is invisible to us until it's inside of us, so that we can then, it acts as a force on our senses so that we can recognize it. So I'm going to read you a little bit of this to show you just how this works. Okay. One time my father grabbed me by the neck and the head and slammed my head into the front door. I remember that it hurt and that I was feeling the top of my head because a bump formed. I remember that John was there also. That's his brother. I think we were being punished for making a game out of sliding down the stairs. So this is what he says to, his previous self, you might say, to kind of help reconcile the situation. He's saying, I say to him that it's all right to slide down the stairs. In fact, it's great that that I have fun with my brother. Let's see, that I have fun with my brother John. We talk about which blankets to use and the best method of sliding. I agree that I did nothing wrong to deserve the punishment. I also think about why my father hit us so hard for having such innocent fun. I say that my father does not know how to have fun. I say that my father does not have any play friends and that he did not know how to play. So he saw me doing something that made himself mad at himself, and that by smashing my head into the door, it was like he was punishing himself. I say that his father beat him even harder, and that he just did not know better. I say that some people do not have to have reasons for doing the things that they do. I tell myself that there should not be an association between having fun and being punished. I tell myself that being totally wrapped up in the moment of fun does not mean that something will happen to punish me for being me. I tell myself that I accept me and that I've learned to accept my father for being insensitive and acting like an animal. And that because I love and I tell myself that because I love such an abusive person, I love myself and all the richness that life has to offer. Now, keep in mind, who's he loving? It's really not this representation. It's really the representation of his father inside of him. That's what he has to accept. It's a form of self-acceptance because it's inside of us. And then he's got I resolve that play and fun and accepting and loving myself have no correlation to physical and emotional hurt. And by loving, and he's got stupid, angry people, which he's got a little bit of work to do here. I grow as a person. Anyway, he had to do this exercise. By the way, I had to do this exercise about 5 times, to go through it and rewrite it over and over and over again. This is one of the first versions. Anyway, and there's a bit of a discussion here. When I was a child and I was happy and having fun, I learned that I had to always be on guard and careful and hide the fact that I was having fun. When I was having fun, I learned that I could be hurt by the seemingly randomness of my father. I learned to associate feeling good with expecting pain. Now he boiled these experiences down to one sentence. With the sentence he used here was, I learned to hide my feelings. I'm going to give you one more. You want one more? Is that all right? Because I won't. If you guys don't like this, I won't do it. Yes or no?
Yeah.
Okay. I remember sitting at the dinner table and my father telling me that I had to eat my asparagus. I said that if I ate it, I would get sick. He told me to eat it, and I did. I immediately threw up all over the table. I think he hit me and sent me in my room without any more food. This is the discussion that he said to himself. I know what is best for me, I know what is best for me in this moment. My instincts are excellent. My father is not as aware. My father has the awareness of a sea slug. I did not do anything to deserve to be punished. My father's reaction to many things is like an animal, to strike out at whatever's there. I tell myself not to associate my father's angry actions with my beliefs and actions. I tell myself that there is not another son who could have been better for my father. My father beat whoever was his son, and therefore I do not feel guilty for being me. I do not feel guilty for being his son. I tell myself that my father must have a total lack of self-esteem because he hit a small child for such an insignificant thing. I tell myself that my father does not know how to relate to children, that he never learned to be a father. I tell myself that I've learned to love myself and learned self-respect so that I won't act like my father. I tell myself that I will continue not to eat things or do things that will harm me or make me sick. I tell myself to use this as an example. As an example, to tell myself to believe in myself. I explain that what a metaphor is and say that I must not swallow what others tell me, or I may be sick. So I resolve in the face of stupidity, anger, and ignorance, I love myself and have high self-esteem. I cannot feel guilty over another's attitudes and actions. Here's the discussion. I spoke my thoughts. I expressed my feelings of what I thought was best for me, and I was punished. The incident involved food. I was forced by the threat of physical punishment to do something that made me physically ill. A combination of mental stress, physical punishment, and physical illness. I was given a choice of physical pain or eating something I thought would make me sick, and when I went against my best instincts, I was still punished. There was no escape. I felt helpless, powerless. I turned inward. I learned that when I speak up, I'm slapped down. And then the one sentence belief is I learned to act against my instincts. Now, I don't have to read the rest of these. Just by reading the beliefs, you can kind of extrapolate what was going on. I learned to create an expectation of pain. I learned to punish myself. I learned to pretend, act against my feelings. I learned to be erratic, getting like his dad. I learned to be inadequate. I learned to be insensitive to others. I felt guilty and embarrassed about not having enough money. I learned to carry my fear with me everywhere. I learned to bury my feelings. Eventually, I replaced them with things. My thoughts didn't count. I learned to sublimate my feelings. I learned how to lose respect for myself. I learned to distrust. I learned to hate. I learned violent thoughts. I learned not to be intimate. I learned the dark side. I learned to lie. Now, what are you going to do with this? Anybody got any ideas? Yeah, how are you going to do that?
Forgive yourself.
What?
Forgive yourself.
That you know what Greg is saying is actually quite good, because what did we say yesterday about the power of making up your mind?
You can do anything.
That's right. You can do anything. Actually, when you really get right down to it, you could really wipe away all the negative energy associated with these experiences by making up your mind with enough force and conviction. It'll move all that energy out. That's not something that most people are willing to do for a lot of different reasons. There are a lot of other beliefs that come into play. Beliefs about right and wrong, and in other words, there's all kinds of judgments that come into play that would keep people from doing something like this. And typically, when they are ready to do something like this, is when they start getting involved with, usually some sort of spirituality or religious beliefs that are consistent with, let's say, their desire, and how to put this into a context that it makes sense for them. And one of the only ways that you can really do that is through a lot of times spiritual beliefs. Otherwise, it just doesn't make sense. But with enough conviction, you can move this energy out. Without enough conviction, you'll go through exercises. One of the exercises would be something like this. This is an exercise for collapsing painful experiences. You'll get it on the tape. You don't have to write it down. I don't really want you using this exercise by yourself anyway when you get right down to it. In most workshops, I stopped even giving people this exercise. But I'm going to do it for the sake of this tape, and just with the caveat that just do this with professionals. So you take an experience like this, okay? And then the exercise would be write 20 times. I resolve that the experiences I've written about on this paper no longer have any power in my life. Then write 20 times. I resolved that these, it's not in your workbook, Greg. I resolved that these experiences no longer make me feel guilty, powerless, or unworthy of success. Then write another 20 times. I resolved that it is time for the effects of these experiences to vanish from my life, both inside of me and outside of me. And then take the piece of paper that you wrote the experiences on. I am now burning these experiences as a symbol of my willingness to let go of the effects. As I watch these experiences turn to ashes, the energy they contained inside of me is also collapsing into ashes. And then pick a new set of beliefs that correspond to the way you really want to feel and say, I'm now installing these new beliefs in my mental environment as a new way of expressing myself. Sean, you're kind of looking at me like, does this make sense to you?
Yeah, I was just wondering, what's going through my mind is when you're working with a professional, what is the outcome that you need to have someone with you? What is so powerful about that is what I was thinking.
Oh, this is a good question. I'm glad you asked it, because I found that when I did these workshops and gave people this exercise and I got some feedback, some people didn't really understand how to distill these experiences down into one sentence beliefs and what they were trying to collapse. I thought might create additional difficulties for them.
That reminds you questions that make you out that weren't even there.
Yeah, right. Yeah, exactly. And some of this stuff can be really overwhelming. I do believe that nobody's going to get in touch with any information they can't handle anyway, as difficult or as painful as it may be. But even so, it still can be really overwhelming, and you really want to do it with someone who can help you through it. For some people, it won't be an issue. It really won't. For some people, they will be able to do it on their own. But that's not going to be the case with a lot of people. Another technique that's in the workbook that you can use for identifying beliefs is just follow your emotions back to something. In other words, if you're feeling a negative emotion about something, you're angry about something, just ask yourself a question, follow it back. And when you think about the nature of anger, I mean, anger is a natural expression, is it not? It not only exists in humans, but it exists in the animal kingdom. So it has to have some sort of meaning in our lives, just the mere fact that we're expressing anger or frustration. I define frustration as simply an indication I'm following an inappropriate set of steps to my goal. Does that make sense? I'm frustrated, and since I know that what I'm doing in any given moment is a function of what I perceive, in other words, the information I perceive in relationship to what's being offered, what I expect, what I decide to do, and the actions I take, if I'm not getting an outcome that I find satisfying and I'm feeling frustrated, well, that's just telling me I'm following an inappropriate set of steps to my goal. Change the set of steps and try a new path. Anger, to me, is a denied reflection. When I feel angry, I know that I cannot perceive in another what's not inside of me. It's that simple. I cannot perceive in another what's not inside of me. And if what I'm perceiving in another is making me angry, whether it's what they're saying, what they're doing, their behavior, whatever way they're expressing themselves, then I know that to some degree or another, that same tendency or characteristic also has to exist in me, whether I'm aware of it or not. I know this is a tough one. This is a hard one. So for an example, if I said, I hate liars, I hate them. They make me so angry. What would that tell you about me? That's right. I have an issue with lying. Now, does that necessarily mean that I might consciously lie? No, not necessarily. Not to somebody else, but if I don't lie to somebody else, then I would say that I'm lying to myself. In some way or another, I'm lying. It might not be to the same degree that the other person that I'm perceiving, but the point is, at some level, there has to be something like that going on inside of me, or otherwise it wouldn't make me angry. See, because once you resolve all your issues about what it means to lie and understand that everyone's doing what they feel is in their own best interest at any given moment, even if they're misrepresenting what's going on in their mind or misrepresenting their intentions, that everyone is doing the best they can. And if I trust myself to be able to perceive someone's capabilities to either do what they say they're going to do or not do something they say they're going to, that they won't do, and always act in my best interests, then what do I need to be angry about? In other words, once all those issues are resolved inside of me, then it doesn't make me angry outside of me. Because I accept it. It's fine. They can be who they are. And if that's their capability to misrepresent things, then that's just who they are, and that's fine. I just take that into consideration when I interact with them. But if for some reason it were to make me angry, then I'd follow that emotion back to something that's inside of me. Otherwise, I wouldn't be able to perceive it. Because what is anger? Okay? What is it? It's a self-defense mechanism, is it not? Anger is a self-defense mechanism. I can't feel angry unless I feel threatened. Don't tell me that. I don't want to hear that. No, you. You're this, you're that, you're. See, when I talk about these denied reflections, keep in mind, it doesn't necessarily mean that we have to be expressing ourselves in exactly that way. But it has to reflect something in our mental environment, that is composed of the same kind of energy. That's negatively charged, or otherwise we wouldn't feel like we have to defend ourselves against it. It's that simple. And the reason why we defend ourselves against it is because we don't want to feel that negative energy. We don't want to feel bad. Okay, let's get into some better stuff. Techniques for neutralizing a belief. We've already talked about focus intent. And this relates to self-discipline. By the way, who's our guest here? What's that? Vincent? Yeah, you're going to help me with the cue charts, right? In case I have a problem. Aren't you glad you showed up, Vincent? Poor Vincent. I mean, you've missed like the whole day and a half of underlying material that would, help you put this into a context that, yeah, interesting, right? I feel like I've got to apologize. I'm sorry. Oh my. Anyway, okay, self-discipline. Most people think of self-discipline as actually a technique for changing. Okay, most people think of self-discipline as a personality characteristic. In other words, oh, he's so disciplined. And the reason why people think of discipline as a personality characteristic simply because they are doing something so effortlessly that we find difficult. Are you guys with me on this? Someone else is doing something effortlessly that we find difficult, and so therefore it seems as if they're so disciplined. But that really isn't the case. That doesn't mean that they don't have the capability of being disciplined. But what I mean by it isn't the case is that when someone can do something, express themselves in some sort of effortless manner, what is that indicative of? What would that be indicative of? Not self-discipline, but what?
We believe
Their beliefs. Yeah, they're just expressing themselves in a way that's natural to them. That's simply natural.
Would you also say that they're in harmony with that whole process? They're just doing it as a natural extension of themselves.
Exactly right. Right. And so self-discipline is one of the more powerful techniques. Remember, what is the most powerful technique for change that I've given you so far? What's the most powerful technique? Well, yeah, asking a question that gives you the information. What's the most powerful technique for change?
Taking the energy out of the room.
Taking the energy, desire, okay? Focused intent, desire, conviction. That is the making up your mind, what it means to make up your mind. When you guys watch this tape later on from yesterday, because we talked quite a bit about what it means to make up your mind. When you make up your mind without any conflict, you're completely resolved about what you want, you can move an enormous amount of energy. That is the most powerful technique. I'll give you an example from my personal life. Probably the best example I could give you from my personal life. And that's, I grew up, when I was a child, I had an allergy called rose fever. Just like hay fever, only you get it in the spring. So usually around the first week in May of every year, from the time that I could remember, I would get, this allergy would come on and my eyes would puff up and I'd be constantly congested. My nose would be running. I'd be sneezing. Sometimes I'd even miss like days of school because I'd wake up, my eyes were so puffed up I couldn't even open them. Now, I went through this all my life, just something I accepted. It'd be May, June, and sometime in August when people started getting hay fever, the rose fever would subside. So I was taking in the late 70s, I was taking this class kind of in self-awareness. And I was in commercial casualty insurance at the time, and the class was after work. And in one of the classes in one of the weeks, the instructor was talking about conditioned response, how whatever stimulus or experience, whatever forces caused you to, let's say, react in a certain way under certain circumstances, the actual stimulus can be gone, but you're going to continue to act that same way even though the stimulus doesn't exist any longer. Like I said, psychologists call that conditioned response. Anyway, so the next week I walk into the class and I was late and I had my briefcase and I had a box of Kleenex because the rose fever had started. And so the instructor, I walked in and said, well, Mark, what's going on? And I said, well, I explained, with the box of Kleenex, the congestion and everything else. And she looked at me and she said, do you think that just might be a conditioned response? And you know what? I know, because it's hard for me to get back to that state of mind that I was back, because I was like 25 years ago or 20 some years ago. It's like, for some reason, her words hit me like a ton of bricks. I just knew that whatever reasons that I had, or whatever conditions existed when I was a child, when I got that allergy, no longer existed. They were long gone. And the only reason why I was suffering every year is because it was the first week in May, and that's when it was supposed to start. I just knew that. There wasn't any doubt in my mind about it. I just knew it was just the kind of thing, oh, it's the first week in May, I'm supposed to get rose fever now, and so therefore I get it. When I went home that night, and this I do have a vivid recollection of, when I went home that night, I was so angry with myself. I can't, the anger was really intense. I was angry because of all the suffering that I'd done up to that point in my life, almost 30 years of suffering that I knew that just was completely unnecessary. And what I did is I focused that energy and I directed it and said to myself, when I wake up, this is it. It's over with. It's done. I am not going to experience the effects of this any longer. And when I woke up, it was gone. And I have not experienced the effects of it since. But I'm telling you, I was pissed. Really pissed. And I can also say that there isn't really anything that's really come up in my life since that, I could say that I've had to generate that much energy about. Where normally the kind of exercises I go through, the one I'm going to give you right now, as a matter of fact. But that is the most powerful way to change. It really is.
Strong motion.
Making up your mind with conviction. Making up your mind with conviction. See, yeah, it's the conviction part. See, people think that change is a function of time. Time has absolutely nothing to do with it. Time doesn't exist in our mind anyway. Close your eyes or go into an environment where you have absolutely no sensory stimulus whatsoever, where you can't even feel or hear your heartbeat. Go into a non-sensory environment. You can't see anything. You can't hear anything. You've got no way to measure anything. Not even your heartbeat, and you will not be able to tell the difference between 1 second or 1 week. There's no way for you to know. Think about it.
That's trippy.
There'd be no way for you to know the difference between 1 second or 1 week. 1 second or 1 day. All I'm saying is that time doesn't exist. And the other way to really know that is that all you've got to do is tap yourself into something that you forgot 10 or 20 years ago. Completely forgot the pathway to. Nothing ever triggered it, if you do remember it. And you can go back into that experience and relive it as if it just happened. Or it's happening. Everyone's had that kind of an experience. Everyone's been with somebody who was having that kind of an experience and explaining it to you in a way as if it was happening now or just happened. Same intensity, same memories, vividness, everything. All that energy will remain static until we do something to move it. Or it gets moved inadvertently. See, we can move it consciously, or it can get moved inadvertently over time. That's why people say time heals all wounds. Time heals physical wounds because our body's made of atoms and molecules. Atoms and molecules are spinning over time. There's movement over time. Mental energy is not made of atoms and molecules. It can remain static. Now, something can move it. We can move it based on our own conscious direction, or we can have inadvertent experiences over time that cause incremental changes in what we believe that move this energy. In other words, inadvertent experiences. We're not thinking about it, but we have like a nice, surprise positive experience causes us to think a little bit differently than another one. Then all of a sudden we kind of look back on our lives and say, I don't think that way anymore. I remember when I used to be afraid of that. Or I remember when I used to think that way. So it makes it seem as if change is a function of time. It really isn't. It's just a function of movement of some sort. And the movement can take place instantaneously or through a process. In other words, if you can direct enough force in some way, you will get movement. Just like when people have an aha experience. Another example. The first time I got hired by a commercial casualty insurance agency, I was like one of these kind of where I did auto and homeowners and life insurance for teachers, and then I got hired by a commercial casualty agency, and it was kind of strange because I didn't know what casualty insurance was, even though I was selling it. I mean, this is kind of bizarre, but I really didn't. It was a mystery to me. And I was young, though. I was in my 20s, and this agency that hired me was a real fast track agency that did commercial accounts where we're talking where the people paid, $500,000, $1 million or more for their insurance, big corporations and that sort of thing. I didn't have the slightest idea what I was doing. I mean, not the slightest. And And so when I started working for them, they didn't really pay much attention to me in the beginning anyway. But I thought to myself, you know what? I want to understand a casualty policy because I didn't. I didn't really know what it was all about. And so I read one. I read a typical cat policy for liability insurance, and I didn't understand any of it. Hardly a word. And I read it again. Didn't understand a word. I read it again. Now, the reason why I ended up reading it about 100 times, and that's what I did during the day. I went in and I said, okay, I'm going to read this until I understand it. Now, here's what's interesting. The reason why I knew to do that is because of another experience that I had when I was in college. I took Evelyn Wood's reading dynamics. And it was a speed reading course where when I went in, I was reading like a maybe average of 250 words a minute or 300. And by the time I was done, I think I was reading at like 5,000 words a minute. And the interesting part of this process was that what they did was, first of all, teach you how to turn pages fast enough where you can read at that speed. But the other thing is that as you practice doing this, you got nothing out of it. Just absolutely nothing. You're just looking at these pages with words, looking, boom, just looking. And it was different for everybody, but everybody at a certain point had a breakthrough. Some people it was the first couple of weeks, other people it was like 4 or 5 weeks into it. But what was interesting is that the breakthrough happened instantaneously. It was from nothing to everything like that. From nothing to everything. So all of a sudden, you're running your finger down the page at a pace that they told you was like at, let's say, 3,000 words a minute. And you're getting nothing out of it. Nothing. And you keep on doing this for weeks, right? Then one time you open the book to do the exercise and you run your finger down the page and it's like you saw every word and you understood it. And I mean, you may not understand the material, but at least you read it. You knew what you read. It was really bizarre. It worked. It was very bizarre. Now, because of that experience, when I got into the insurance situation, I thought, okay, I'm going to read this policy until I understand it. And it took about 100 times. I remember exactly what it was, but I did. I read it word for word about 100 times. But the understanding and the comprehension came not gradually. I didn't understand it a little bit more after 25, and then from 26, understand a little bit more. I didn't understand a word of it. Let's say from the 95th time to the 96th time, it was like I didn't understand it, and then the next time I read it, I understood it. I felt like I understood it completely. And it turned out I did. Because then I could go through these things and see where the attorneys were really screwing people over and how they contradicted themselves. And I mean, and purposefully contradicted themselves so that when they go to court, they had the means and the grounds to deny claims. I mean, I understood it. I understood exactly what was going on. And then I understood the corruption of the insurance industry.
So you went to the market instead.
Yeah. All I'm saying is that these kinds of changes usually happen instantaneously, not over time. So as a result, even now in my life, when I get a book that I'm really attracted to, that I know that there's insight in, that I haven't integrated that insight into my mental system in a way that I'm satisfied with, if I have to read a book 50 times, I'll read it 50 times. And there are many books that I've read that many times.
That goes back to conviction
Right.
or the desire to make sure you get
Sure.
out of what you want to get out.
Exactly. Right. And just an understanding of knowing that until that kind of aha, that shift happens, I just do it until I get the shift is basically it. However many times it takes.
It's interesting. I've read several books over the years and I've read it once and I didn't really gather everything from it. I just put it down to just can't comprehend it, as opposed to saying, well, I'll go back and read it 2 or 3 more times. That's interesting. Or in terms of going back. Yeah. And I've never done that. The only books I reread are the ones that I've really thoroughly enjoyed.
Yeah. And I would say that if it weren't for that Evelyn Wood experience, I probably would I don't think I'd have done it either. But see, it not only happened for myself, I saw it happen for the whole class.
Right.
Right.
It didn't happen in, you know, and everyone, it was in different stages. Like I said, some of the people, like after the first week, they were comprehending everything. And I'm like, hey, well, hey, what, yeah, you know, come on. It's like I'm getting nothing, they're getting everything. It's just like it was really bizarre to me.
Do you still read at that level?
No, you got to practice. You got to keep it up. It's not you stop doing it and you lose it. At least I lost it. Put it that way. Maybe somebody else did. I don't know. I'm saying that I stopped. I lost it. So I'd have to go through the whole process again. So, in the absence of extreme conviction, we'll use self-discipline. Okay? And self-discipline is simply a technique. I define self-discipline as simply a technique to stay focused on the object of your goal or intent when that intent is in conflict with something else inside of you. Does that make sense to everybody? It's just a process of continually refocusing. In other words, making another choice, making a choice, being conscious and making a choice that's consistent with your goal. The example that I like to do is just one I wrote in Trading in the Zone about when I decided to become a runner. It was like it was in the late 70s and up to that point in my life wasn't going exactly the way I envisioned it when I was a kid, and I can look back on it now and say I probably would have been assessed as being clinically depressed. And although I didn't think so at the time, you just said, "Mark, you don't look happy." I'm happy. I'm happy. I'm a happy guy, you know. But I wasn't. I was really depressed. But anyway, something just triggered about I wanted to become a runner. I didn't know why. I just did, and it was a pretty strong desire. And so what I did is I went out and ran. Hey, I found out I couldn't a couple of blocks. Now, and this is coming from, you know, my late teens, and, you know, in high school I played hockey and football, and in college I did some sports. I mean, you know, not a whole lot, but you know, I was real athletic, and the fact that I couldn't run more than a couple of blocks I found very disheartening, extremely discouraging. I thought it was really bizarre, and as a result, I didn't run again for a while. I didn't even try. And then maybe 2 or 3 months later, however long it was, I tried again. Got the same experience, although I had enough, let's say, conviction to do it a couple of more times to find out that your body really, really adapts quickly, and that you get, you know, better results. You know, that the more, I mean, in other words, like I couldn't, maybe the first couple of times I only ran a couple of blocks, but then I found I could run 3 blocks and 4 blocks. I thought, hey, okay. So I went out and bought a set of, you know, running shoes and a stopwatch, and got pretty encouraged about the whole thing, and set a goal for myself that I wanted to run 5 miles by the end of the summer. And I set up a 5-mile track where I lived, or I mean, it broke it off into like quarter-mile increments, and that seemed insurmountable to me at the time. I mean, at the time I couldn't even run a quarter of a mile, so the idea of running 5 miles really did seem like it was impossible. But anyway, here's what I found is that, you know, after I bought the running shoes and did the whole bit, you know, I found that every time I decided that I wanted to run, my mind would get flooded with all these conflicting and competing thoughts. Mostly what I did was watch TV. And that was the big one. I mean, the big one was, well, you know, there's a good program on, I'll go after the program. And of course, I never went. Or I had, you know, it's cold, it looks like it's going to rain, you know, nobody else I know does this, and just anything. I would say that in the beginning, I was only able or only managed to get through my conflicting thoughts about a third of the time. That every time I said to myself, I want to go out and run, 2/3 of the time I didn't do it. And I'm not even saying I said that to myself every day. So that was a problem. But I did but by getting out enough and improving myself enough and getting enthused about the fact that, let's say I'm now able to run a mile, I'm getting close to running a mile, I found that I was running into another problem. And that's my enthusiasm for how much I'd already done would not take me to the 5 miles. I mean, as inconsistent as that might sound, I'd be so pleased with the fact that let's say I'd run a mile and a half or I'd run 2 miles. What would compel me to run 5? So I knew that I needed another rule. And I called it the 5-mile rule. The 5-mile rule was if I managed to get my shoes on and get through my competing and conflicting thoughts, that I always had to run one step further than the time before. And I had a journal. I mean, I still have that journal where, the date, how the time, in other words, the amount of time that I ran, how far I ran, and usually some notes about what was going on. And I never broke the 5-mile rule. I really didn't. If once I got out, I always at least ran one step further. Many times it was more than one step, but I never let myself run less than one step, no matter what. Now, here's the interesting part about this. And here was the kind of breakthrough that I had. Is that there was a point in this process, and I don't remember exactly where, in other words, whether it was at the 5 or at the 3-mile mark or the 2.5-mile mark or whatever, but there was a point at which the energy inside of me, in other words, I don't know what my conflicting beliefs were at that time about why I had so much resistance to being a runner. I don't know what they were. Even to this day, I mean, I could go back and probably figure it out, but I haven't, there's no point to it. But the point is, there was conflicting energy that was keeping me from fulfilling my desire. In other words, you would think that if I decide I wanted to run and I'm capable of it, that I'd be able to do it. Well, I wasn't able to do it because of these competing and conflicting thoughts inside my mind. But what ended up happening is that every time I created an experience of running, by getting out there, I was building what? Was I not building a positive belief structure in my mind that said what? I am a runner. Meaning every time that I went out and ran, I added energy, positive energy, to this belief. As that belief grew, and became more and more of an inherent part of my identity, the conflicting thoughts correspondingly dissipated until there came a point at which I had no choice but to run. Now think about that. Instead of there being any conflicting thoughts about running, I was then compelled to run. The belief said, I am a runner. Uh-oh, I got to run today. Are you guys with me on this?
Yeah. You had no option.
I had no option to run until I got to the point where I was then starting to do damage to myself and to my body because I wasn't paying attention to what my body was telling me in any given day. Some days my body just did not want to run. It didn't matter. I ran anyway because I am a runner. Then I had to create another belief about what it means to pay attention to your body and that I don't have to run every day just because I am a runner. You see, I felt compelled to run. So someone could look at me and say, oh, he has so much discipline. He's running every day. I didn't have a choice. Now, does everyone understand what I just said? What if we had a belief inside our mental system that said, I am a What if there was a strong belief inside your mental environment that said, I am a consistently successful trader? And all the principles that made up that definition of what it means to be consistently successful. What then? You would have no choice but to be consistent because it's a function of your identity. It is who you are. In other words, once you integrate those principles into your mental system in a way that's consistent with this definition, this will be your results because you can't be any other way.
This is what this workshop is all about right here, is getting to this. Just this belief that says, I am a consistently successful trader. Because the principles, which we're going to in a minute, the principles that make up this belief, once integrated, will not allow you to act in any other way that's inconsistent with those principles. And so you will have no other choice but to be consistent. No other choice but to create consistent profits. It will not be an option for any. That doesn't mean you'll never have a losing trade. All I'm saying is that anything other than consistent results will not be an option. Guys with me on this?
Right.
And so what does it mean to be self-disciplined then? What is discipline? How did I describe discipline? It's just a process, right? It's just a technique. It's a technique to refocus. In other words, in any particular exercise that you may adopt or devise for yourself to install the principles of what it means to be a consistently successful trader, whatever conflicting energy that may be inside of you that distracts you from the way you need to be focused, all you need to do is simply make another choice. Become aware of what you're thinking, what you're saying, and what you're doing, and I'll give you an exercise to help you do that. But as your awareness grows, then what you do is you stop yourself in the middle of a thought and say, you know what? This thought leads to this when this is my objective. My objective is consistency. Therefore, I'm going to redirect my thoughts, and this is what I'm going to do the best I can. And even if you don't do it very good, that's all right, because the next time it comes around, you're just going to do it as best you can again until all the conflicting energy is gone. And then it's simply acting in this way is effortless. It takes no particular energy because it's simply a function of your identity. It will be effortless. Even if you're trading mechanically or subjectively, it will be effortless, which is the way trading should be anyway. It should be really an effortless endeavor. Except for the amount of energy it takes to work your mouse.
Do you find that the desire curve change inversely as you get closer to your goal?
Well, it can. I mean, it can. That's why.
As the conflict becomes less, getting there. The desire doesn't have as much energy because you're not fighting such a negative belief pattern.
Well, that's why I set up the 5 mile rule. That is exactly why I set that 5 mile rule up, because I recognized that while I was in the middle of it, because I'm thinking, you know what? I'm so enthused with my results at this point when I hadn't reached my goal yet, that I'm thinking, well, what's going to get me to my goal? Because I know I'm going to quit.
So basically what you're saying is you need to
I'm not saying you need to do anything. I'm not saying you need to do anything. All I'm saying is that keep in mind. So when you use those words, you're using them in a definitive way, implying that I'm saying that this is all individual, Dave. Okay, so go ahead. I'll say what you're going to say.
If I understand then what you're saying, I would want to, in order to, what John had just mentioned, in order to keep that desire at 100%, you would want to make the goal something that is far enough out so that you're constantly achieving it. Is that what I'm understanding? As opposed to something that's achievable with ease? Maybe I'm missing something here.
I don't know that you're, well,
Baby steps.
these hypothetical things. Yeah. What about Bob?
No, I was
Movie?
going to say baby
I love that movie, by the way.
Yeah, I mean the principle of being you need it far enough out, right? But you need it enough that you don't get distracted.
Right. No, I think what you guys are maybe also implying or talking about is reaching a level of comfort, and that comfort can be insidious. In other words, we reach certain comfort levels, comfort plateaus, and it's very difficult at that point to even even generate enough desire to
That's-
formulate another goal.
That's what I'm.
Yeah, that's yeah. And these are, you know, these are kind of these are kind of difficult questions to answer hypothetically. They really are. I mean, the reason why I say that is because unless you can give me something specific in the moment that you're working with, is really hard for me to come up with like a hypothetical answer. Okay.
Would it be like analogous that I want to be a successful trader, but you had the 5 miles in front of you? Maybe say that I want average X amount per day or week.
You can do that too.
That would be
No,
similar to-
absolutely, sure. As long as you don't let yourself get obsessively focused about that amount of money. In other words, you don't know how much the market's going to make available to you based on your methodology, and you got to be willing to accept whatever's there. Some days might be more, some days it might be less.
That's why I said average, you know.
And I've worked with floor traders. One second, Jake. I've worked with floor traders where we've done these kind of goal settings, you know, where we're specific dollar amounts. And one guy in particular comes to mind where, you know, we went through this process and said, okay, he wants, I think it was $5,000 in his account at the end of the week. Okay, so we projected that goal out there, 5,000 at the end of the week. He forgot all about it. He really did. He just went about his business. And then at the end of the week, he looked at his statement and he virtually had $5,000. And it's like, it freaked him out. He wouldn't do it again. He didn't do it again. Right. The implications were too powerful for him. He didn't want to know that he had that much power to control his life and the destiny of his life and what his outcomes were.
It's empowering.
It was empowering, but too empowering for him at the moment.
Yeah, what I was thinking is, you're saying that to install the belief, I am a consistent, successful trader, not make it a goal, though, aren't you? I mean, or are you?
Well, unless that belief exists inside of you now, Jake, that is your goal.
A goal. You're saying that's the belief you have to instill in yourself.
Jake, no, I'm saying that's your goal, to instill that belief.
All right, the goal is to instill.
What?
Okay.
No, are we? No, say it again then. How are we misunderstanding?
The goal is to instill that belief.
Yes, that's the objective. The objective is to get that belief. You want to get that belief with as much positive energy in it as possible. Okay? And how do you know it's there? When you act effortlessly, you behave, you express yourself effortlessly, that's consistent with what that belief means. We together on this?
Say again. I had a brain freeze. I'm thinking, I can't even recall 30 seconds. Jake, and suddenly you said something you don't agree, and I nodded, and I went, no.
Yeah. How do you know that how do you know when that belief is present? Is when you can act effortlessly out of the principles that make up that belief. Okay? Now this is a complex belief. It's not like, petting the dog or becoming a runner. This is very complex, which is multi-stepped in many cases. I mean, and not as many steps for some people as others, but the point is, there's a lot of steps involved here. There's a lot of principles that make up this belief to be consistently successful. But the point is that when it is installed at a functional level, you will simply express yourself in this way as a natural function of your identity. You won't be able to do anything different because it won't let you.
How we install it?
Jake, come on. That's what we're doing right now. Okay, we're getting there. Okay.
Take a
What?
5-minute break for restroom.
Yeah, we're gonna take a break anyway. You're right. I'm glad because I was gonna take a break anyway. Jake, come on. You're all right.
So the patience is one of the things.
That's right. I know. That's why I'm holding this off. Jake. Did you know that?
Yeah.
So I have to feel the discomfort.
That's right. I'm doing. Are we ready back here? Are we all set? Okay, everyone understands discipline, right? Self-discipline, not a personality characteristic, just simply a technique to refocus. Now, the whole idea is that you want to get to a point where you can pay attention to what you're thinking or what you're saying or what you're doing, like to become an objective observer to your own life process, you might say.
So for example, when I told you that, many times when I'd ask myself a question about, when I was writing The Disciplined Trader in particular, like the answers might come, hours later, days later, or whatever. I mean, I just, they just came when they did. And, but in many cases, these answers were coming while I was in a situation with like another trader, while I was acting in the capacity of a coach. And I heard myself, or in essence, listening to myself say this answer that I didn't know at a rational level. Now, unless I was paying attention to myself, I might not have even noticed. What I'm saying is that I had become like an objective observer to my own stream of thoughts. And that's what you also need to do. You also need to learn how to do that, so that as you're listening to yourself, as you're listening to your own self-talk inside your mind, you can redirect your focus of attention onto the object of your goal when you find that you're experiencing conflicting and competing thoughts. So I'm going to give you a technique to learn how to do that. And this technique is simply to learn how to become an objective observer. That's all. And we're going to do this in a minute. And by the way, for the video guys, when we do this, you can shut the camera off, because we're going to be doing this about maybe 7 or 8 minutes. But you can leave it on if you want. It doesn't matter, but we'll end up cutting it out probably. But
Is the technique written out?
no, it's not. It just says the counting exercise. That's where we're at right now. We're on page 3 of section 5. We're at the counting exercise. That's what I'm giving you. I'm sorry, I should have pointed that out. It's like it's called. It would almost be like in my previous workbook, I called it the coach and quarterback technique. It would be like, the coach and the quarterback, in years ago anyway, used to formulate game plans together in a football game. It probably isn't like that now. Probably it's the coach, the offensive coordinators and all. It's very sophisticated now. But back, probably 20, 30 years ago, it was a function of the coach and the quarterback. They get together, formulate a game plan, and the coach is standing on the sidelines. The quarterback is in the game, supposedly to execute the plan, right? Well, let's say the quarterback gets emotionally involved in a game that can be particularly destructive, in that, let's say he gets sacked a few times, and as a result of things that are going on, he gets completely distracted from the actual plan as it was agreed to by he and the coach, right? The coach, on the other hand, is standing on the sidelines watching him. Well, the quarterback himself is oblivious to the fact. He's so caught up in his emotions at that moment that he's virtually oblivious to the fact that he's not following the plan anymore. Coach, on the other hand, is looking from an objective perspective and sees, hey, okay, he's screwing up. So what he does, he grabs the guy by the collar, says, hey, get your mind right, or you're going to be out of this game. Right? Okay? We as traders don't have the luxury of having somebody in our minds, as an objective observer saying, okay, you're not focused in a way that's consistent with your objective. You've got to make another decision, make another choice, think something else, make a choice to think something else, think something that's consistent with what you want. We've got to learn to do it ourselves. And so this exercise will help you learn to do it yourself. And when we do it, it's very simple. The objective is simple. I'm saying the task is it couldn't be simpler. The task will be this. I'll sit down and do it with you. I'm going to say, take a deep breath, let it out, close your eyes, breathe normally, and all I'm instructing you to do, or you're instructing yourself to do, is count your breath. So that when you inhale, say 1, and when you exhale, say and when you inhale, say 2, and when you exhale, say and when you inhale, say 3, and when you exhale, say and then back to 1. So you're going to go 1 and 2 and 3 and 4 and 1 and 2 and 3 and 4. And we're going to do this probably for 6 or 7 minutes. I would suggest that you do this for about 10 to 15 minutes a day, at least 10 minutes a day, preferably 15 minutes a day. Now, there are going to be some inherent problems. Number one, if there's so many thoughts swirling around in your mind, in other words, your mind isn't very quiet, you will probably experience bleed through. What I mean by bleed through is that you cannot make a distinction between counting and distracting thoughts. You're not doing one or the other, you're doing both. If you find that's the case with you, then I'm saying that you will probably have to do this exercise for 2 or 3 weeks before you even get to the point where there is a clear, definitive distinction between your counting, when that's the only thing that you're doing, and a distracting thought. Because the object of the exercise is to stay focused on counting, and that when you find yourself in a distracting thought, you just simply acknowledge the distracting thought and go back to counting. Just make another choice. Okay, I'm distracted. I understand that. And go back. Okay, I'm going to count. Oh, I'm distracted again. Oh, I'm going to count. I'm distracted again. Start counting again. I'm distracted again. Start counting. Now, as you do this exercise over time, you will find that you'll be able to go through more and more cycles of just staying. You're training your mind basically by making this choice to go back and count. You're training your mind to stay focused on one thing, the objective at hand, whatever it is. In this case, it's just counting. And what you'll also find is that when you do make this clear distinction between counting and being distracted, you will find that sometimes you're in a distraction that you could be in for several seconds, if not several minutes, and not even know it. In other words, you're not even conscious of the fact that you're distracted. Then all of a sudden, your mind kind of wakes up and say, I haven't been counting. Now, how long was it? Was it a second? Was it a minute? Virtually impossible to know. So as you continue to do this exercise and you continue to practice, what you will find is that the amount of time that it takes for you to recognize and acknowledge the distraction starts to collapse. It gets smaller and smaller and smaller until it gets to the point where the distraction and the awareness of the distraction become virtually simultaneous. At that point, you have become an objective observer to your own stream of thoughts because you're constantly and consciously aware of the stream of thoughts that are running through your consciousness in any given moment. Which gives you the option of making a choice. Is this what I'm going to think or is this what I'm going to think? Right? The best way to catch a trading error is your thought first, right? Instead of after the fact. Does everybody understand what's going on? Okay, so what are we going to do? I'm going to sit down. We're going to take a deep breath. We're going to close our eyes. We're going to breathe normally. And we're going to set this task for ourselves of just counting our breath by cycling the inhales by counting, the exhales by saying and going from 1 to 4 and back again.
We're doing it silently or out loud?
Oh no, silently. You can visualize the number or you can say the number to yourself, whatever. That doesn't make any difference. What makes it but the object is just keep your thoughts focused on counting. And when if you do make a clear distinction between counting and distraction, then whenever you notice you're distracted, just simply acknowledge it and start counting again. Make another choice. Okay, again, does everyone understand what we're doing? Okay, let's do it.
Like it was on the last day of trading. You have 3 positions, 5 minutes to the close, and you're watching each one go bing, 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 bing. And it was like the focus and the concentration was just there as I'm counting. You know.
So it was a good experience. I mean, yeah, you did real well, is what you're saying. Yeah, okay. Because it's something you're used to doing anyway.
Yeah.
How'd you do, Jake?
Good.
Yeah?
Toward the end, so losing a little bit. I'm sort of
Getting impatient, wondering when I was going to wake you up. Huh?
Ready to Wall Street. Well, actually,
Can everyone see the benefit of doing this? Do you need any further explanation about this?
I think I know what the benefit is, but I'm trying to see how it would translate into when you're trading or doing any other task for that matter. You're trying to get yourself to be objectively focused on one thing, in this case, breathing, correct, and the count.
Mm-hmm.
So let's say after 2-3 weeks, you become pretty proficient at it. Do you do that? Does that?
Oh, you'll
You're
find
just saying that
you'll find it automatically. You'll find it automatically. Yeah.
the rest of you.
Oh yeah, absolutely. You see, you're becoming more aware, and in the exercise itself, you're forcing yourself to stay focused. But what I'm saying is that what ends up happening is that as you're just going through your daily life, you're just finding yourself paying attention to what you're thinking.
I see.
So when you're trading, it's gonna translate into you notice that you're not focused properly to accomplish what you intend to accomplish as a trader. Because ultimately, I said what? Your results are a function of what? Remember what I said that was? What are your results a function of? I don't mean ultimately this right here, but remember, your results are a function of what? What?
Desire.
No.
Give yourself money.
Well, yeah, but even more so. Remember there was a statement I made yesterday. Your results are a function of your state of mind. State of mind.
The option is to do this exercise frequent enough that you find yourself not getting sidetracked.
Well, you can,
I mean,
the thing is, it's not a matter of how often you get sidetracked as much as you're being acknowledging and being aware that you're sidetracked
And being conscious.
and being conscious of it. Because once you're aware that you're sidetracked, then you can make a choice of staying sidetracked or refocusing.
Should I keep trading right now? Or should I
Yeah, exactly. Remember I said if you're not in the most appropriate state of mind to trade, what are you going to do? Scale back in a way that's consistent with the state of mind you're in, or not trade at all? Because not trading is like putting money in the bank. Just because you want to trade all the time doesn't mean that if you want this, if this is your objective, guys, remember we can have other agendas for trading other than this. You can be trading to have fun. You can be trading to be a hero. You can be trading to, in essence, subconsciously lose your money. There's all kinds of other reasons you can be doing this. You may not even be conscious of some of those reasons, but I guarantee you, you wouldn't be sitting here right now if there weren't other forces inside of you that were in direct conflict of this belief right here. How are you going to become aware that you're acting in a way that's inconsistent with this belief unless you become aware of the fact that you're acting inconsistent or thinking in a way that's inconsistent with this belief? Awareness is the key. So if there's something going on in your life where, it just makes sense that you shouldn't be interacting with the market, then, don't trade. I'm sure everyone's read trading books. They said, you get traumatic experiences in your life, deaths, divorce, moving, a lot of things that cause a lot of trauma. Well, you know what? They said, don't trade, right? It makes sense. Don't trade. If it's having a negative impact on the way you see things. Now, those are the big things, okay? Those are the things that are easy, okay? The things that aren't so easy are the subtle little things. That's where you need increased awareness. Because, remember, you don't need to do any of this to put on a winning trade. Winning trades come whether you're aware or not, totally oblivious or not, make mistakes or not, you can still win. But if your desire is to be consistent, then you have to have a way of knowing whether or not you are thinking or acting in a way that's consistent with this objective. And you can see the implications of doing this kind of work, and there could be some pretty profound implications in our lives, which is why so few people ever get to the point where they break through that threshold of consistency.
What time is it? 20 of 12? Probably just enough time. Greg, you wanted some things, you want to share some things with us? That enough time just for Greg can do that before lunch and we'll break for lunch.
That's fine. I guess I just wanted to acknowledge the power of this I am and whatever follows. I made mention yesterday, I was a marginal trader. I was probably breaking even, losing. I don't really exactly remember, but there's power to this I am. I made mention that I went to this meditation type class or whatever. It was a session, over 6 weeks or whatever it was. And one of the things, in addition to meditation, was you had to identify I am blank. And it's whatever you had to do, whatever the blank was, you had to identify it in the positive frame and it was basically part of who you are. There was some mothers there, so it's like I'm a good, loving mother. My own, I will share my own, and I'm going to share them twofold because that's how I have them in me. And I think this made me the 200,000 in 6 months, and I know that I need to get back to.
Well, first of all, they don't know that. So why don't you state that? State where you were and where you ended up being. In other words, you just assumed we knew that. What? No,
I mentioned that yesterday.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, I mentioned that yesterday.
Okay.
That's why I was just.
Sorry, I forgot.
I would find myself, driving down the highway, and I would go through my I ams, so you can do it there. And what you find yourself doing is, you may come up with one of them that it's like I want to argue with him as I want to put it, because this is the way I used to say it, is I'm a consistently profitable trader. And I can see now where maybe successful is better because successful encompasses a bigger, because profit is one of the functions of success, and there are other pieces to success. So if you find yourself saying this and arguing with yourself, well, no, I'm really not. I didn't make money this week or last month. That's fine. Argue with yourself, and maybe he can put it a little differently. But the point is, we'll then get to the point where what are you successful about? Maybe you're back to your questions, and then answer those. And it had an effect on me. So if I could ask, when I get to my trading ones, I just want to, the ones I'm leaving out, I have my own little list I wrote here on the train, or I should say on the plane on the way out. If I could have someone, maybe after they've heard mine, maybe we can go through and check them off because I want to find the ones that I'm missing. But these are mine, and I'm going to start with my personal ones first, and then get into my trading. And it's going to start. My personal one's going to start with I am, and then all these adjectives, and then I'm going to say the nouns, the 4 nouns at the end. And then I'm going to do my trading ones, and I always say them a little differently because I don't know why, I just do. I am an adjective trader. I am an adjective trader. I'm a blank trader. I'm a blank trader. I'm a blank trader. So here I go. I am Greg. I am a warm, loving, caring, happy, positive, optimistic, opportunistic, grounded, centered, balanced, extremely wealthy, healthy, wise, easily releasing, physically strong, awesome trader, husband, father, friend. I am lightning fast on the keyboard trader. I do perfect keyboard work. I'm consistently profitable trader. I'm an intuitive trader. I'm a quality trader. I'm a skillful trader. I'm grounded, centered, and balanced trader. I'm an opportunistic trader. I'm a positive trader. Because I haven't done them in a while, I'm kind of forgetting some of them. Give me just another second here and they'll come back to me. I'm goal exceeding trader. I think I already said this. I'm calm and relaxed, grounded, centered, and balanced trader. I'm concentrating trader. And now I'm kind of blanking. I'm looking, big one I'm missing, and this is probably affecting my trading lately. I'm a flexible trader, meaning I'm not seeing necessarily the turns. Or I'm seeing, okay, it's time to short, and no, it's not. It's all it is a little pull in and we're going out still. I'm an adaptable trader. I'm learning and transforming trader. I'm a valued trader. One, I guess I got a little problem with is I'm a hardworking trader because I don't know because trading should be easy. And I love it. I'm a love it trader. I'm friends with the market trader. I'm a patient trader. That's the one thing I'm working on. I'm a patient trader. And I'm easily releasing trader. Make a bad trade and just want to let it go with love so I can get on and be ready for the next trade rather than, why did I do that? Why was I so stupid? I don't want to go there, which is give it away so I'm ready for the next trade. Those are the ones that I use. So thank you for allowing me to share because it'll anchor them into me more.
Can I ask a question?
Yeah.
Can you have too many IMs? I mean, I'm just asking that as my reaction was, can you do too many things and lose focus? Or would you be better off?
I've wondered that. And I guess I think you can. There's the woman who instructed me in the beginning. You can, and I think I probably have a little bit too many. And I maybe have resolved it to, I'm going to use the ones that I need at this point in time. And it's a function of maybe the ones that I can't remember, like I'm patient and I'm flexible. Those are the That's right. And so I need to move those a little higher on the list. And maybe initially you'd want to keep it to 3 or 4 key ones.
I'm going to give you 7, by the way.
Okay.
You say that that's what go ahead. I'm sorry, Ray, but yeah.
And I think I've gotten away from these lately. And so I'm dedicated to putting myself back in my circle, my IMs and my trading in. And just be there, make it happen.
I've got another one for you, but it's not an IM. One that popped in my brain as you were talking.
All right.
Market loves giving me money.
Yeah.
Market loves giving me money.
Oh, one other one I wrote, new one I put down. I'm a grateful trader. I'm
Good.
grateful for the
Sure.
success.
What time is it, Michelle?
That's according to health.
1:45? Well, you know what? We don't have enough time to listen to the other side of the Monroe tape at this moment. But you know what? What I do want to do though is I do want to go over how to use the Monroe tape. When we listen to the because we've got just about enough time to go through that just before lunch. When we listen to the other side of the Monroe tape, Bob Monroe is going to install in your mind this function command. It's called plus no more no more. And what he's basically saying is that whenever you notice yourself, see now you've got the skills, you're acquiring the skills to be able to notice when you're thinking in a way that's inconsistent with your goal or objective, especially something particularly negative, something you want to neutralize, then you can use the plus no more command to dissipate it. That's what it's there for. It's a tool. That's exactly the express purpose for which it is in your mind. Now, like any other belief, the more you use this tool with conscious conviction, the stronger it gets and the easier it becomes to neutralize any, let's say, negative or unwanted beliefs. Right, conflicting beliefs. It will work if you believe it. It will not work if you don't. It's that simple.
I'll believe it when I see it.
That's right.
I'll see it when I believe.
That's right. Everybody, what John's saying is the title to a book that Wayne Dyer wrote, which I really love. Instead of "I'll believe it when I see it," he turns it around is "You'll see it when you believe it."
That's right.
It really is. It's an awesome statement. It's a great book title, and that's true for this. If you believe it, it's gonna work. If you don't believe it, it ain't gonna work. It's that simple, and it doesn't matter how many times you listen to the tape. Again, you can listen to the tape as much as you want for other purposes. All I'm saying is that Bob Monroe doesn't know what you want to neutralize. You have to make up your mind, and you have to do it with conviction. However, what I have done is I've given you, starting on page 3 of section 5, I've given you a way to at least work with the 4 primary trading fears